monitor now.
The internet's spotty again.
What's going on over here?
We have, is it live
Yes.
over there, Noah?
Yeah, I'm seeing you live.
So, all right, we're still going apparently. We've been having spotty internet trouble here periodically, and last Friday was chaos. Not chaos, just uncontrolled chaos. Mayhem, I don't know. It was frustrating. We had a couple starts and false starts and stops and everything else. So,
Will you pull it back just a little bit because we can't see it? It's got a reflection. Oh, there you go. That's perfect. Thank you.
there you go. Okay, thank you. So I can't tell where the reflections are going to hit. It's just angles and lights and everything else. So this is the Explore Scientific weather station. It has the slogan, Explore Better Living. And this way you can tell what's going on temperature-wise and has a forecast as well. It's based on the barometric pressure that's going on. So if the barometric pressure is going up, you know it's going to be partly cloudy. If it gets high enough, you know it's going to be clear, and that's how it does that. So those weather stations should be popping up in the carousel at some point fairly quickly, Tabby, so you can take a look at them directly. We can't refresh our browser because if we do that, it shuts down the whole switch in studio. So we're just along for the ride until we actually lose signal, and then we'll reboot some stuff.
There's a question.
Yes.
On another platform that says, can you program the names of the sensors?
They're already programmed, Outdoor 1, Outdoor 2, Outdoor 3.
Thank you for watching our 24-hour-a-day live stream here at Explore Scientific, where we show you all the programs that we run live in front of a live audience. Programs like Global Star Party, On the Wing for birders, First Light Chronicles for beginners, and Focus on Astrophotography for astrophotographers. We bring in astronomers and explorers from around the world to answer your questions live. But there's so much cool information there that we decide to package it all together and run it 24 hours a day. We're also on Amazon Live, where we do deep dives into our products and our gear. There's so much important information as we share the education, the experience, answering questions from the audience, that kind of thing. So tune in, and thanks for watching.
Are you having a hard time trying to figure out what telescope to get? Don't worry, guys. Tyler here with Explorer Scientific is going to help you figuring out what you're wanting to do, either astrophotography or visual. I always tell customers that telescopes it's kind of like golfing, it's carpentry, it's a hobby that you have to learn specific tools in what they do, because these are tools. I consider them as tools, and they have a specific purpose in what you're wanting to do, either visually or astrophotography. First, we're going to talk about this little beauty, the Maksudov Cassegrain. Great for planets, so if you are wanting nothing but planets, this bad boy is the way to go. If you're wanting some deep sky objects and some planetary, the reflector right here from Explorer First Light is also the way to go. But if you just want deep sky objects, if you want wide field of view, a refractor is the way to go. These are just a couple of basics here at the Explorer First Light series. The Maksudov Cassegrain, the Newtonian, and the refractor. All of these scopes come with a red dot finder, a smartphone adapter to get you started in astrophotography, as well as an eyepiece, and whichever mount that you want to choose with the combination of telescope you want. If you need help out there on Amazon, don't be afraid to reach out through the live chat. We'll make sure that we get back with you as soon as we can here at Explore Scientific.
With the National Geographic StarApp 114 telescope, you will find a perfect portal into the realm of deep sky observation. This Newtonian reflector produces great views of planets and bright deep sky objects like star clusters and nebulae. It comes with a special mount that allows you to attach your smartphone to the telescope and use the AR Telescope app to locate and learn about constellations and planets. As you move the telescope across the sky, you will hear facts about the planets, constellations, and other objects in the app's database as they come into view. With the National Geographic StarApp 114, you also get 2 eyepieces and a 2x Barlow lens for multiple magnification options. Exploring the stars is easier with the National Geographic StarApp 114 reflector telescope.
Thank you for watching our 24-hour-a-day live stream here at Explore Scientific, where we show you all the programs that we run live in front of a live audience. Programs like Global Star Party, On the Wing for birders, First Light Chronicles for beginners, and Focus on Astrophotography for astrophotographers. We bring in astronomers and explorers from around the world to answer your questions live. But there's so much cool information there that we decide to package it all together and run it 24 hours a day. We're also on Amazon Live, where we do deep dives into our products and our gear. There's so much important information as we share the education, the experience, answering questions from the audience, that kind of thing. So tune in, and thanks for watching.
Hey everybody, Kent Martz here at Explore Scientific. Welcome to Thursday when we're going to do the show On the Wing. It is a birding show. Thanks for joining us here on Amazon Live on this great Thursday afternoon. I got up this morning, temperature was a beautiful 63 degrees. I know it's going to get hot again, but by golly, the fall months are approaching, and that's a great time to get out and do bird watching. Why? Because the fall migration is on. And you know, if you've been doing birding, during the summer, you have birds that are resident there all summer long. But now what's happening is all the birds to the north are starting to migrate back to the south in the northern hemisphere. Because of that, birds that you might not have seen a few weeks ago start showing up in your yard or city parks or wherever it is you go to do your birding. City parks are great places, botanical gardens. If you live in a dry area, around water is always a good place to go as well. And wherever you go, you need to take something like this right here. This is my personal copy of the National Geographic Field Guide to Birds of North America. It's a great, awesomely illustrated bird book. See if we can get a shot of a random page here. We're looking at terns right here, T-E-R-N-S. Tip it a little bit so you can see it. As you can see, it has some maps on it that show the range and habitat and summer range, breeding range, et cetera, makes it, there we go, so you can see it. I'm going to flip over to another page just randomly. Let's see, we're looking at eagles, golden eagle and bald eagles right there. And then flip over to back here in the back, the sparrows. This book is organized in a great way. It has the front birds are just hummingbirds and things like that, known as, and then the sandpipers, then gulls, hawks, flycatchers, thrushes, warblers, and sparrows. This is over there in the carousel. If you're on Amazon Live, it's over in the carousel right now. I'm looking at the wrong camera. I was looking at the close-up camera. Don't know why, because only my hand can be seen in it. We're, I was close-up, but I'm not close-up now. Correct. Paul's going to wander through. He's going to do something in the background. I don't know what. Oh, he's going to get my computer up, the monitor up, so I can see the comments. So here on Amazon Live, we do have a chat function. We love it when people give us a shout-out, let us know they're there, and say howdy, or otherwise ask a question or make a comment. Love those out there. So this is a show about birding. We're going to be talking about binoculars and spotting scopes today. Over in the carousel, you can pick up a copy of the National Geographic Field Guide to Birds of North America. I use this book all the time when I go out birding. I take it with me in a backpack so I can look things up. I also have a smaller book that my father... Yep, the sound works. How about that? All sorts of birds in here. You know, it takes time to learn to do this. And you want to start looking at what the bird looks like, right? You want to see if it has a ring around its eye, if it has a bar above its eye, or the color it is. There's all sorts of things. And this bird book talks about how to start doing some of that stuff. And you just look at it and you start looking, okay, that looks like a sparrow. So you go to the sparrow section and start tracking it down. You learn by doing. And the more birds you learn, you're looking at other birds, and they come to you as well. And, you know, Paul likes to play Stump the Host by finding pictures on the internet and chunking them out there for me to try and identify. The rules are he has to use North American birds for that. Because, you know, we get some crazy South American birds or Asian birds. Yeah, that's not in my wheelhouse. A lot of American birds, North American birds aren't either, but you know, I'm good with the basics. So, start off with a pair of small binoculars for kids. You know, I encourage everybody to get a kid involved in your hobby, whatever it is. And right now we're talking about birding. And if you want to do birding with a kid, you know, this is the Bresser Specialized Kids Binocular. It's 6 by 21. What does that mean? 6 means the eyepieces right here are 6 power. They magnify things by a factor of 6, and the 21 talks about how many millimeters of diameter the objective side has, where the light comes in, 21 millimeters. Now, these are kids' specialized binoculars. Folks, these are the real deal binoculars. These are a great pair of binoculars. I've used them for birding. I'm going to be going to the Arizona Dark Sky Star Party out in Arizona, Oracle, Arizona, September 21 through 25. And I'm going to take some of these pair of binoculars, and I'm going to bird with these binoculars. I'm going to let other people that have never used them before bird with them. This is a fantastic pair of beginning binoculars. These are real binoculars. Sir?
Get a binocular with the birds?
Going to binocular with the birds. That's correct. And it sounds interesting. These are over the carousel right now. You can pick them up. A great product. I suggest you buy a couple, one for yourself and one for the kid or kids you're going to be going out with. That way, you're using the same binocular the kid is. That makes that kid feel special because you're using the same equipment they're using. This is a real pair of binoculars, has glass prism, has glass optics in it, has a diopter so you can change it. A good friend of mine bought these pair a couple of weeks ago, one of these pairs, for a gift for their 10-year-old, and their 10-year-old loved them, and she told me the other day that they're continuing to use them and play with them, and is learning about the world of binoculars with them. That's how you get kids started in this hobby, or in using binoculars. You can use them at sporting events, going out and looking at countryside, looking at deer, animals, whatever. This is a great pair of binoculars for that. So, the Bresser Kids Specialized 6x21 binocular has a diopter, 6 power eyepieces, a great focuser. So, real quick, don't want to assume you know how to focus a pair of binoculars. Real simple. I never use my glasses when I'm birding, so when I'm using binoculars. So, you focus by covering up the right eye and turning the focus wheel, which focuses both sides, right? But your eyes don't focus the same. So we're going to focus for our left eye. There we go. And now I'm going to cover up the left eye, and I'm going to focus for my right eye and get my right eye in focus. And now both eyes are in focus. What that does for you is all the information coming to your brain is in focus. So your eye's not sitting there trying to make the images both in focus. That causes eye strain, eye stress, causes your mind to tire. You want to make everything as easy as you can when you go out and do birding using binoculars. Sir?
These are one of our most popular items on Amazon.
I really push these here on Amazon.com, the Amazon Live broadcast. I really like this pair of binoculars. It's just a fantastic pair of binoculars.
It's one of our most popular.
To get started, and as Paul says, it's one of our most popular. And another popular item on Amazon is the National Geographic 8x42 binoculars. This is a 4.5 star plus, in other words, more than 4.5 star rating. And we sell lots of these here on Amazon. They're a very popular item from National Geographic. They're branded National Geographic, and they're 8x42. The number right there tells you. Remember that 8 means 8 power eyepieces right here, and 42 millimeters of objective surface, bringing in more light than those 21 millimeter binoculars. Well, you know, there's balance, right? A kid's binocular can't be big and heavy, because they're kids and they can't hold them up as well. There's trade-offs in everything. So in this, you get more power, you get more light gathering, but you also bigger hands, things like that. So these are the same function. You focus for your left eye, and I'm going to focus over there on Noah's computer. Looks like he's working on some projects and some content for the Amazon pages on some binoculars. And now I'm going to cover up the left eye piece. I'm going to focus, get my fingers on the diopter here. I'm going to focus my right eye. And why am I doing this way? Well, when you close one eye and wink, like I could do this and just look through my left eye. But when you do that, that causes the shape of your eye to change. And that means when you open your eye, you're not back in focus again, perfect focus like you want to be. That's why you focus with both eyes open, but you cover up one eye so all the information your brain is getting is coming from one eye. That's why you focus. With both eyes open, you get better focus that way. Now, How do I use these binoculars? I should bring a ball cap with me on the show so I can demonstrate it. Put on a ball cap, and it needs to be a fitted cap, not a one-size-fits-all, because that's going to slide, and get it good and tight. And when you bring the binoculars up to your face after you got them in focus, you put the binoculars up against your eye socket, lined up with your eyes, and grab, let me get these here, and grab the bill of your cap and hold them together. Now, the binoculars are tied to your head a whole lot better, right? And because they're tied to your head a whole lot better, what does that mean? It means that they are tied to your head and keep your elbows in like this, and all that is going to make the binoculars don't bounce up and down. I'm exaggerating here, but if you're just trying to hold the binoculars like this, every time your heart beats, the binoculars move, right? You want to do everything you can to stop that from happening. So from my photography days, elbows in, binoculars up to your eye, that's going to steady you some. But if you grab the bill of your cap, that's going to steady you even more. This is good for birding, any outdoor sports, astronomy, whatever. These are the National Geographic 8x42 binoculars. Now these binoculars are fully coated, meaning they have specialized coatings on the front surface, the air surface of both sides of these binoculars, where your eyes look and where the light comes in. These are not waterproof. The binoculars we're going to look at in a minute are waterproof. As you get more coatings, more waterproofing, costs go up, right? This is a great pair of binoculars. Get yourself a pair. Protect them like an investment. You're going to get years of use out of them. Any binocular you don't want to drop, even though they're shock resistant or, anything that's an optic that you drop, you run the risk of knocking things out of alignment. And once they're out of alignment, they got to be aligned or they're not any good because you're going to get two images. So you want to protect everyone. Here comes my first sneeze. First time I've done that in a while. I haven't been sneezing as much in the studio. First sneeze of the day, too. Just about like always. Got another one coming. I can feel it working its way up. Here it comes.
The light.
I think it is the light. Excuse me for sneezing.
It's an actual condition.
Well, I know it. It's the bright lights in here, the right frequency, and off they go. But these binoculars, like the Barrett's, are specialized for kids' binoculars, have the ability to change the interpupillary distance to fit your face. Now, if you're like Paul Newton, his eyes are way far apart. He has only rarely found a pair of binoculars that he can see through with both eyes. So binoculars become effectively a big double binocular, one for one eye, but he can't see through them. Sir?
Can't wear hats.
Oh, you can. You can just, you wear a watch around your head?
Yep.
Interesting. I've never noticed that. We'll have to get a picture of that and show it to you. So I guess he has big wrists too, is what he's saying. So
Wear size
nice,
15 shoes.
nice, generous. I knew an 8-year-old that wore size 14 shoe. I need to check out and see what he's doing now. That kid was big. 8-year-old, big feet. That kid's gonna be tall. His dad was a college basketball player, and I think his mom was too. Very, very tall, like 7 foot and 6'2" or something. Kid's gonna be tall. Anyway, great pair of binoculars. National Geographic 8x42, a really popular item here with lots of good reviews. You can check it out here on Amazon Live or go to Amazon.com. These are the Wings 8x32 binoculars from Alpen. Alpen is a brand that's been around for a long time. We purchased them 4 years ago. After they'd gone out of business before that, and we reconstituted the line and have modernized all the binoculars. These are 8x34, so yeah, you understand now that the 8 is how much magnification there is, and the second number is how much light gathering ability they have, 34. If you're out there right now and have a question, we would love for you to ask a question, make a comment, or just give us a howdy. We love to get howdies from people who are watching us here on Amazon Live or the live stream, the social live stream. So, another pair of binoculars. These Alpen binoculars are a step up from the National Geographic, meaning they're more of an investment. Why? Because they have better glass and they're fully multi-coated. The previous binoculars were just fully coated, meaning that surface and this surface. This binocular has full coatings on every piece of glass that light passes through. What does that do for you? It gives you brighter, sharper, crisper images. That's what you want. It's sort of counterintuitive that things on the surface of the glass will make it brighter. You'd think it would cut down the light, but it enhances the light, sharpens the light, and those proprietary coatings really give you a bright, bright view. The difference is astounding. But again, you know, if you've not ever done binoculars before, it's always good to not go in super expensive on it. Find out that you love using them and that you're going to use them for birding or sports watching or whatever, and you're going to really get some enjoyment out of them. That's when you want to start talking about moving up. So these binoculars are fully coated. They're also waterproof. Why are they waterproof? Because all the air has been removed and replaced by either nitrogen or argon. Both are dry, inert gases. They force all the air out. The air takes all the moisture with them. They seal them up. They have O-rings so no air can get inside. And if no air can get inside, no moisture can get inside as well, meaning they're not going to fog up inside. Sure, I can fog these up on the outside right now by going, and there's fog on that eyepiece, but it's going to go away. But if you get a lot of fog or dew on it, that's okay. It's not going to get inside the binocular and ruin your binocular. These are the Alpen Wings 8x34 binocular. Comes with eyepiece cover right here. I never put the neck straps on because it makes them harder to pack up, so I just don't do it. End caps to keep the end caps on are just on rings around the ends. Right there, always handy to cover them up. Comes with this nice storage bag. Comes with a lens cleaning pin. And as I said, a neck strap, but I don't have the neck strap in here. And a really nice carrying case, double zipper, nylon, and the hook and loop flip over with a nice shoulder carry strap. I've got it shortened up so it's just a handle. It also has a little pouch right here so you can slip it through the belt and carry it like a holster on your hip. So you always got them in half, can whip them out real quick when you're hiking or whatever and see a bird. Now moving along to, let's see what these are. I'm not sure which ones I grabbed. Oh yes, the Alpen Teton binoculars. Now this is a top of the line binocular, a really, really awesome set of binoculars. Take the end caps off, take the tops off. This is the Teton 8x42, 8 power eyepieces, 42 millimeter objective lenses. They're over as the featured item right now in the carousel. These are an investment in binoculars. If you're looking for a really home run pair of binoculars, this is your pair. These, go out and compare them with the ED glass and the Abbe Prism. We'll talk about ED glass and Abbe Prism in a minute. Go compare these to other brands. These are not cheapened out. These are priced competitively and making them an affordable binocular for anyone who wants to have an investment in those binoculars. So ED glass, extra low dispersion glass. It's high quality glass that's formulated to and designed to not cause light scatter or diffraction. That ED glass makes these extremely bright, extremely sharp, and extremely crisp. The Abbe Prism is a specially designed prism with long sides that allows the light to reflect in a really great way. And I could draw a diagram for you on my green screen back here. There's no green screen back here. I could draw a diagram for you about why. I've studied and looked it up, and it causes the reflections to be really good and sharp and crisp in those prisms. And there's prisms in here. Why? Because if this was just a telescope, when you looked in the eyepieces, everything would be upside down. Well, that doesn't work for eyepiece binoculars real well. But binoculars are right side up. Why are they right side up? Because there's a prism in here that flips it right side up and keeps it oriented correctly, so it's just like you're looking with your eyes. All of these binoculars have a prism in them. These have roof prisms as opposed to the poro prisms where the binoculars come out and have that jag in them. Fine pair of binoculars right here. Paul's got some B-roll of these binoculars. You gonna roll it, Paul? Sir? He's coming. So you look through these. Oh, we got a comment. Oh, get my glasses on. I can sort of read it, but easier. Hi, Kent. These 8x34s are perfect for sailing boats, sailing and boating, and whale watching out in the ocean. Egon Reich, that's true. You know, binoculars, this is a birding show, but they're great for anything you want to reach out and look at. Whaling, sailboating, whale watching, you know, if you like backpacking and looking at stuff across the valley, any outdoor use you're going to have, and any of these binoculars I'm talking about are going to fit that bill. What's nice about those 8x34s that Egon was talking about, those 8x34s offer a nice compact design, but a lot of light gathering capacity and the nice power. Compared to these, this is a heavy pair, magnesium body, but they're heavy glass. It's got that ED, extra low dispersion glass, proprietary coatings, fully coated, not fully coated, fully multi-coated, and they got the fantastic Abe prism inside. All those things working together to create an astoundingly sharp, bright, crisp image. Now, Paul tells the story. He was getting ready to shoot this video. He was shooting video and it got too dark to film. He got a pair of these binoculars, picked them up, was up in Wisconsin with our pro staff director, Rick White. And Iowa, not Wisconsin, and looked out into the woods just to see what he could see, and was flabbergasted by how bright they were in relationship to the darkness that was descending up upon them at the end of the day. So, Paul, you got that video? Not found the video yet. He's got so many videos. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack, which can be done, but you have to design the right kind of machine to do it. Mythbusters proved that, if they proved anything. One of my favorite shows was Mythbusters because they challenged you to think and found really cool, creative ways to do it, and they blew stuff up. So, no, Paul? Nope.
I don't know, my computer.
His computer is arguing with him, does not want to run. Right before the show, it started running, it crashed, and it was running really slow and weird. So we're going to move on to another final object over here. You can pick up these in the carousel right now. Great priced here on Amazon Live. Pick them up so you can have an investment in your binoculars. Now, I don't have the neck strap with me, didn't grab one. With all the higher binoculars from Alpen come with a neoprene neck strap. If you think back to the days when I was a kid, it was a real thin plastic one. My dad, we'd go out birding and, you know, taking them to football games and things like that. And those straps would dig into your neck. They're hot plastic. These are neoprene. They stay cool. They're soft on your neck, nice and wide, stretchy, anti-skid, so you have them on your shoulder. They don't just keep sliding off. That neck strap is a great improvement over what I had when I was growing up. So, switching off to, and I didn't grab a monopod. That's all right. This is the Alpen Apex, 20 power to 60 power. I mean, it's a zoom spotting scope. It has an objective of a gigantic 80 millimeters right there. Look at that pretty piece of glass up front. This spotting scope comes with a extendable dew shield. It's not twist up, just slides up. You twist it if you want to, doesn't matter. An extendable dew shield right there helps keep dew and glare off of the glass when you're using it. The zoom eyepiece is right here. It zooms from 20 power all the way up to a 60 power. Now think about it. We were talking about the binoculars had 8 and 10 power. This starts out at 20 power and goes up to 60 power. With a spotting scope, you get a whole lot of magnification, which means you can see small things a lot farther away. Comes with standard cups on both ends. Twist-up eye cup, just like the binoculars. Didn't talk about the twist-up eye cups. Twist-up eye cup to help with your eye relief. And a coarse focus knob and a fine focus, so you can get it into absolutely sharp, tack sharp focus, no matter how far out what you're looking at is. Now, on the bottom, there is a hole right here that has a 1/4 to 20 threading in it, meaning you can attach this to any tripod that has standard 1/4 to 20 threading. That's basically most or all of North America. On a tripod, you can handhold these, but the reality is you really don't want to. There's the video running now. And you can just see that beautiful piece of glass there. Nice, pristine. This is an investment in your hobby right here. If you've never had a spotting scope and looked through one, you owe it to yourself to do it. Go check them out and look how far out. Sir?
Great choice for,
There we go.
even if you want thinking about astronomy.
Oh, it's a little telescope. It's a right image up, a little telescope, has a nice 45-degree angle to it. So if you're going to put it on a monopod and look overhead, the eyepiece is still easy to get to. It's not, down here like this where you have to look up. And even in astronomy, you never look overhead because it's hard for any of your mounts to go directly overhead. Great for astronomy, great for bird watching if you're a hunter, great for that as well. All sorts of options for this. This ring right here, if it's mounted on top of a tripod, you can turn this and get it at a more comfortable angle for you. Like you're sitting on a table or sitting on the ground with a tripod, you can be here and not have it in front of you, but yet look over here and scope out what's out there and what you're looking at trying to find. So this is the Alpen Apex 20 power to 60 power zoom spotting scope. Has a fantastic piece of glass up here, 80 millimeters in diameter, bringing in a massive amount of light, squishing it down and focusing it on your eye. One of the things I like about this spotting scope comes with a nylon carrying case. The nylon carrying case allows you to use it even in the carry case, and here's how you do that. Goes in the carry case, unzip it all the way, so it makes it easy. I like to do it the hard way. Love to struggle, force myself to struggle. There we go. Got it up here in the front. Now I'm going to zip it up. And we can keep it stored like this, keep it clean, but if we need to use it real quick, this end unzips. There's a little slot right here where you can put the tripod connector to it. Unzip it, pull off the eye cover, and you're ready to start using your spotting scope. So it's a waterproof spotting scope. It's fully purged, fully multi-coated, but you still don't want to let it get caught in a downpour if you can help it. Won't hurt any, but take care of your stuff, right? If you have it here, you can simply zip it up and it's protected better from the elements. This is the Alpen Apex 20 to 60 by 80 spotting scope. And with that, folks, we're going to wrap up the show. Thanks for watching here on Amazon Live. We appreciate it very much. And out there on the social media feed. Thank you for sharing your time with us. We do this because we love the interaction with our customers. It's a one-to-one relationship, and we appreciate it very much. I'll be back tomorrow with Focus on Astrophotography at 3 o'clock, and we shall see what I have in store for that show. Might have some pictures if we get a chance to do some stacking tomorrow. Don't know if we're going to or not. But anyway, on behalf of Paul Newton over the control room and Noah Menard, who is hard at work over in the marketplace, we'll see if he waves high or he has his earbuds in. Oh, he's waved high. He said, "Hi, everybody. I'm Kent Martz. For everybody else here at Explore Scientific, thanks for watching. We will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye."
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mitch Roberts along with Ken Martz. And Kent, we're going to be going over the next hour or so of products from Explore Scientific. I know a lot of you folks are familiar with Kent. He's been doing this for a while. This is my first exploration, if you will, into this side of the camera. I had a career in television news. I did news reporting. I did sports reporting. And
Yeah, I'll keep going. They're talking about the
Yeah.
monitor or something. Yeah.
Anyway, I did all that stuff for all these years, and then I've been out of the business for a while, hadn't had a microphone on for a while, and I had an opportunity to come back here and, get back into some skills that I had just developed over the last 20 or 30 years, but get knowledge from you, somebody that can help not just me understand all of this great equipment, that everybody around the world. It's a cool opportunity.
You don't have any background in telescopes or astronomy or science toys or anything. You've had binoculars. We've been talking.
Binoculars
the only thing.
is it. Like
Yeah.
when you go to a golf tournament or something, or in a press box calling a football game
Right,
or something
right.
where you need to see numbers a little better. But that's it. My knowledge of it is, I've always been interested in it. I remember when I was a kid, I always, like everybody, wanted to be an astronaut, and all the Apollo missions were going. And that was just such a big deal of growing up in the late 60s and 70s. And then life happens. You get your regular jobs, you get away from one of your childhood passions. And I think this is really neat for me to get this, but I'm hoping there's a lot of people out there that feel the same way. Like, let's learn from a guy like Kent. Let's learn from a company like Explore Scientific on how to take that next step in our journey.
So that next step is what, we want you to take. And your story about, yours a little bit different because you came in here and you're going, oh, well, I used to love this stuff, and that's the story for a lot of people. They get into astronomy and they're fascinated by the moon and the stars, and 10, 12, 14, a lot of times other things start taking over in life, and, cars and being a teenager and the things involved with that. And that stuff falls by the background.
Then you got your school, then you got your jobs, then you got your mortgage payments. And so it can get away from you a little bit, but as long as you are taking that, step by step process, then you can get there.
And it's not as expensive as you think it should be. Like, for instance, the Explorer First Light N114-500. It's a Newtonian telescope. The 114 means that it's 114 millimeters across. I'm going to show you this real quick. How about that catch right there in the air? Now
That was impressive.
That was cat-like
Lightning.
reflections. That was
Lightning.
That was so. This little symbol right here. Let me show you see what that says.
Yeah.
Don't look at the sun. Never use a telescope to look at the sun unless you are absolutely certain and taught and using the proper materials to look at the sun. You can buy solar safe filters that go over the end of the telescope right here. Don't ever use that anywhere else except over the front of the telescope, because telescopes focus light just like a magnifying glass does. And Mitch, can you set a leaf on fire with a magnifying glass?
Yes.
Yes. Would you like to set your eyeball on fire with a magnifying glass?
No.
No, most people answer that way. They don't want to. And you will damage your eye permanently just like that if you do it wrong.
Not to mention your telescope.
But, and it will damage your telescope. But this telescope is designed to be used at night. So if you look at it in the daytime, everything's going to be upside down, weird, wonky angles. But at night, a Newtonian telescope, your mind knows where the horizon is, right? Mm-hmm. And our whole world is built on knowing what's upside down and right side up based on the horizon. When you look at stuff in the sky, it may be upside down, backwards, flipped, rotated, but your mind still accepts it because there's no horizon for it to try and correct. So you don't get that effect in this telescope looking at stuff in the night. So
It says Twilight Nano mount. What does that mean?
The Twilight Nano means this is Nano. It's our brand name, right? Nano, small, right? It's a small left, right, up, down way to point the telescope. So very easy, very intuitive. There's other kinds called equatorial mounts that require you to learn how to point it due north and get it polar aligned. And there's some stuff you're going to learn that over, but you have to get. There's a process, just like trying to catch bass or play guitar. If you've never played a guitar before, Mitch, have you ever played guitar?
I have. I play.
Okay. Imagine somebody like me who has never really ever, I've touched a guitar a few times, goes down to the guitar store and buys an electric guitar and an amp. I'm not probably going to be able to play Stairway to Heaven tonight.
No.
Right.
You might get the first few notes of like Smoke on the Water.
Maybe.
You can get that one.
Maybe.
That's the first song most people learn.
Maybe. But the point is, to be good at playing guitar, or to be good at catching bass, you have to play guitar and you have to try and catch bass. Just like astronomy, the more you do it, the easier it gets, right? And so the first concepts can be difficult. But that's what a nice telescope like this, generous aperture means a lot of light coming out the eyepiece. The focal length is really nice, so you get magnification. Focal length is what determines magnification, along with eyepieces that we're going to look at here in a little while.
And you mentioned earlier about the red dot.
The red dot
And
finder.
how you line things up. You want to go over that? I
can
thought
do
that
that.
very interesting.
I can do that. So I'm going to just do it right here so telescope, the camera can see. There we go. Okay, so see down in there, there's a mirror down in the bottom, right? So the light's going into the telescope, and there's a curved mirror at the bottom that starts focusing the light. And if you look right here on the back side of this, you can't see it, but there's a flat mirror that reflects that light that's getting smaller up into the eyepiece, okay? So to use the red dot, it's just stuck on there right now, Mitch. It's not pointing at anything, right? So I'm going to use the telescope, and I'm going to put the eyepiece in it. It comes with a 25 millimeter Plössl eyepiece. And I'm just going to stick it down in here, tighten it down so it won't fall out. And I'm just going to look through the eyepiece, and I'm going to point the telescope at something miles away. Let's say a radio tower on top of a mountain, like
Okay.
5 miles away. If you can't get 5 miles away, get something a mile away, a telephone pole.
Okay.
If you can't get a mile away, get a roof of a house a half mile away, whatever. The farther the better. Get it in the center of the eyepiece by simply moving the telescope up and down, left and right, centered up.
And the reason we're doing that is so once you pull back, everything's in focus, right? If you focus on something farthest
Well,
away.
you're getting ahead a little bit.
Okay.
Okay. So now, because we're trying to line up the red dot,
Okay.
we're going to do this in the evening, right? But not at night. If you do this at night, it's going to be very difficult. You're going to do this in the afternoon, evening, and once you get something centered up in the eyepiece, you're going to turn on the red dot finder, and you're going to move a red light. There's a red dot on this piece of plastic right here. There's not a laser going zoom out into the sky. It's just a red dot. And you're going to move these two knobs right here and move that red dot. And you're going to get that red dot on top of the radio tower or a unique tree, whatever it is you got centered up in the eyepiece. You're going to line the red dot up to it. So it's telescope and then line the red dot up to the telescope. Now it gets dark. Now you use the red dot finder to go up in the sky and point it on, say, Orion's Nebula or Betelgeuse. Betelgeuse was in the news a year and a half ago because there was predictions it got really dim and everybody's thinking it might be going supernova, right? Well, it didn't, but it's a star that people learned about. So it's an orange star up in Orion. So now you simply get down and move the telescope until the red dot is on the target you're going to look at. And if you've done a really good job, you're going to look in the eyepiece, and there it is in the eyepiece.
It's in focus because
It's not in focus, but it's lined up,
okay.
right? It's
Okay.
lined up together.
Okay.
Now you focus simply on the more distant object by just focusing the focuser, just like a pair of binoculars.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
move
point, you focus, and then you get in fine focus. Same thing. You get it in general area, and then you get fine
Very
focus
cool.
on it. Okay. This is all new. Mitch has never seen this stuff before.
That is amazing.
He's just like a lot of you people watching the Amazon Live right now, because who are thinking, I've been interested in that, but
Yeah.
for whatever didn't do it. But this telescope, it's not showing the price, so I don't want to say what the price is because I'll be wrong, and I hate being wrong. But you can see the price over there. Get in the carousel, buy it. This has just come back into stock. It's a very popular telescope. We sold out of them.
I think what's great too is that, it doesn't look like you have to be, an advanced science
No, you
degree.
don't. No.
You don't have to be some kind of astrophysicist. You just don't have to have a physics degree. You just have to have an interest. And you went over 2 or 3 quick steps that I think almost all of us could figure out. Yeah, practice makes perfect. You're not going to, again, you're not going to play, Stairway to Heaven
The first
but,
night.
but you might play the first couple chords,
or here in about 2.5 weeks, when we get a new moon rising in the western sky, you may be able to find the moon real easy. And the moon is always, the rising moon is always in the western sky. A new moon is always a fantastic thing to start with because it's bigger, it's brighter. You'd think that it'd be really easy to find, but if your red dot finder is not lined up with a telescope, it is difficult to find those things. Little things make a big difference, right? And like you said, if you have curiosity and a desire to learn, this stuff is pretty easy, and take the steps, take baby steps, right?
Well, let's move on to
All right, so-
product number 2,
All right,
shall we?
this is going to cause a stage set. So
Okay.
you want to grab that?
Absolutely.
And I'll move this over here.
Be glad to help you. We're going to try and go in this next hour to get through 7 products, and this is the second one. We're talking about a Twilight adjustable angle.
Okay, so this is, you can look at this and tell this is a much bigger tripod, much more robust than the one we just had. So this will carry a bigger telescope. I didn't bring one in here, but putting a telescope on this is real simple. I can put that Newtonian on here. You can see how it goes. It just slides in here. Yeah, I can do it. Here we go. I can do it. Now the telescope, this telescope is going to be upside down because of the way it came off the tripod, but that's okay.
Got a hand here.
No, I got it.
Okay.
So screwing this down on what's called the Vixen dovetail, and we're just going to put the security one on. This one, there's 2 screws because one jams it in there and one locks it in, right?
Yeah, that's we all learned in the media business the importance of the tripod.
Yes, we did.
Because if you don't lock that down, then guess what?
I got it. There we go.
Your expensive lens hits the ground and you are in a world of hurt.
Mitch, my background is very similar. I came out of the newspaper business, a lifetime of newspaper business. So while one might be video and one might be printed word, it was still interviewing people and talking to people and just
paying attention to some very important steps in getting the job done right. Like locking it down, like your red dot explanation, like your focus explanation.
Now we've got that turned over here so you're back in position so you can view from that side if you wanted to. I'm going to tighten this down. So now that's how easy it is to put a telescope on a mount. I mean, it's really a simple process.
So this is for somebody who's already got a much bigger lens.
If they have a bigger telescope or want to buy a little bit bigger telescope, this would handle a bigger Newtonian, which is has the mirror down here in the bottom, or a refractor, more like a telescope, like just a long tube you look through the end. This can handle up to 16 pounds of telescope and stuff.
And I want to mention that the actual tripod itself is very light. I know that for those of you who have done some media work in the past, some of them can get really heavy and put a dent in your shoulder blade.
We have some that are really heavy.
But this one in particular, easy to handle.
Right, easy to handle. Collapses down to, I think it was 39 inches tall, something like that. I don't think it says on there, but this would be great for an 80 millimeter or a 102 millimeter refractor or a Newtonian like this.
And nice for different angles too. It says here you could be tilted forward or backwards at a 45-degree angle to allow more clearance to point it straight up.
To look straight up.
Yeah, sometimes you might live in an area or be in a part of town where it's hard to get above everything.
So I can show you how to do that real quick here. Let's take the telescope off.
Okay.
And we'll just leave the telescope off. Let me get a hold of it with one hand where I can get it.
Yeah, we can't be dropping it
Let's
on
just
Amazon
put this
Live.
back here. Oh, I've done that before actually. Huh? Comments.
Oh, we got some comments. We got Richard Grace writing in saying howdy.
Richard.
Hello, Richard. And Noah.
Oh, that's Noah right over there.
Noah's writing us in.
Yeah. Easy to focus on the moon too, Richard Grace says. It's big, it's bright. You can tell when it's in focus. So I have this set up just straight up and down. This is how easy it is. It comes with its own Allen wrench right there. Okay? It built-in magnet sticks in there, right? So if you want to look at something overhead, it's real simple. There's 2 screws you have to take out. Let me spin these outside.
Well, I mean,
simple.
It looks like it's as simple as if you can put together a piece of furniture from IKEA.
Oh, this is less. This is far less than that. I could have talked you through this. So those 2 come out. I'm going to change it to say right there.
Okay. So this is somebody who's got, for instance, a bunch of trees and near their property, or maybe you're in a city,
or even what they're wanting to look at just happens to be straight overhead,
right?
Or much higher in the sky. So we can simply just screw this back in here again using the supplied Allen wrench that sticks on 2 really nice magnets that hold it down.
And we're talking, 30 seconds to a minute max to get this, kind of monumental change done.
I mean,
it's going to give you that ability to.
I would not try this with your telescope on it.
Oh, no.
But I can imagine people trying. So I have now effectively changed the tripod to the ability to just simply look up in the sky.
Up.
Yeah, shoot straight up. Because now that telescope you can see is going. Now remember, you're going to have either an eyepiece out of the Newtonian that's right here, or if you have a refractor that it has a 90 degree, so you're going to be down here looking through it like this, not having to lay on the ground and look up. Okay. So the cool part about this,
and that's adjustable, right?
Right. So this is the cool part about this is it has slow motion controls. Remember the other one? I just had to grab it and move it.
Right.
This one has slow motion controls. So if I want to follow something across the sky, I can simply just see I'm turning it this way and that way. I can turn it very slowly. It's still turning. Now these have brass worm gears in here. There's a worm gear and a ring gear. And when I turn this worm gear, it turns and it just makes the spin, right?
And furthermore, as any of you have done any kind of photography, you want it to move, but the real key is, especially in this, is to move smooth.
And no vibrations.
Right, no vibrations at all, no
And that's
bouncing.
what these are for. That's
Yeah.
what these are for, right? And there's no backlash on it. It just keeps going.
Yeah.
And these rubberized arms right here allow you to turn it, but not make it shake, right? So this is a step up in tripod, you know.
So it, in rough terms, from a tripod that size to this one, you know, is there a price? Like a baseline model?
Double price.
Yeah.
Double the price.
Double the price
basically.
for
Yes,
this one.
double the price,
But-
roughly.
Double the, you know,
Double the capacity.
value,
It
right?
it has better controls on it, like anything else. You know, this is a journey. Start out with what you can afford. You know, like anything else, buy the best thing you can afford, and then work your way into it. Yeah, I really like doing this. Boy, I think I'd like to get a better tripod. So
I
you
wish
get a
it wouldn't,
better
my
tripod.
images weren't so,
Yeah, it's a
you know,
little
jumpy,
right.
a little jumpy.
Instead of having to grab it and move it and grab it and move it, you
Right.
can sit here and just
Because
keep your eye
hardly
on the
anyone
eyepiece
is steady
and
enough to
follow
move it,
across the sky.
perfect, man, you
Yeah.
know, manually.
You can get-
you can
you can
maybe
get pretty good at it.
if it's greased up pretty good, like unlike that one we
Right.
looked at a second ago that was brand new. But yeah, you want it
Yeah, it hadn't
to
been
be
moved
as
like
smooth
this
as possible.
You know, it's been sitting like that since it was made, I don't know, months ago. And that grease it was back in the warehouse where it's 24 degrees.
Right. So it
And
takes a while to loosen.
It takes a while to loosen up.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's also a nut on there. If it ever never loosens up, you can loosen that nut
Just ever so slightly.
just a
Yeah.
16th to 32nd. And yeah, that works better. You know, that's the way to do it. So, this is the Mazzo one, the Twilight one mount, a great mount. Let's talk about eyepieces. You want to do that?
Yeah, let's do that. 52-degree theories is what we're talking about here. Waterproof eyepieces. Of course, they're rigorously designed and tested to the highest quality standards for enjoyable results that will literally last a lifetime. That sounds, you know, exactly like a sales pitch, but the Ken's going to break it down to why these will last you a lifetime, and it's really in the time and the care and the great quality
Correct.
of these eyepieces, because I'm sure they could go buy things like this at other companies that wouldn't be to this quality. They might be cheaper, but in all things exploring science, exploring the stars, you get what you pay for.
You can spend as much money as you want to, right? There are some very expensive eyepieces out there, and we have some expensive eyepieces out there. I mean, we have some eyepieces around $1,000. But for what they do, they're worth it. Does somebody starting out need to have those? No, Mitch, they don't. They need to start out, like we talked about, a good starter telescope, that's a real telescope that's really, well designed. And there's, it's that step up from a toy telescope to a real starter telescope. And that's what we're talking about. You got a real starter telescope, like the First Light N114.
Let's start here. And if I was just walking into a store, I'd walk up to this one and say, that's got to be the most expensive one. That's got to be the best one. And
Because it's biggest.
Because it's the biggest. It's like anything else. Bigger is not, some they say bigger is better, but often bigger means more expensive, but not so fast, huh?
Yeah.
Not so fast on this one.
Not so fast on this one. It is that we can look at the price on the 40. Next sheet, I think. The 40 is, where's that? It is the most expensive one. Now, our 52-degree eyepiece and most of our other eyepieces are on sale. I'm not going to go prices for all those, but on the 52-degree eyepieces, on some of these eyepieces, Mitch, we're looking at nearly 50% off.
Yeah.
So the 5245, which is this eyepiece right here, is $59.95, and that's $50 off right now through the end of February. So we're selling a lot of eyepieces right now.
And it looks like all of them, at least on this product sheet, are $50 off.
Correct.
So whatever it is you're looking for, you're likely to get a good discount this month.
The more expensive ones are even more off. I mean, dollar wise, they may not be this percentage, right? So let's talk about eyepieces real quick. Now, when people get a telescope, they want to see everything in really high magnification right off the bat, because high magnifications, just
The tighter shot.
tighter shots,
Yeah.
what they want. That creates a lot of problems for beginners, because a very tight, high magnification means if you're not pointed exactly dead at the right spot, you will not see what you're looking for. So I always say, start with the lowest power eyepiece, and this is the 40. And Mitch, you would think because it's the biggest number, it has the biggest magnification. You said that
That's
a few minutes ago,
that's
right?
what I would think.
Which is exactly opposite, because most people think in addition and multiplication, but magnification is a division process. So to make this easy, we're going to say it's 1,000 millimeter telescope focal length. Means it's 1,000 millimeters long.
Okay.
Okay. 40 will go into that 1,000 what? 25 times, right? Okay. So we're going to go to the 20 millimeter eyepiece. Remember, it's division. So now 20 will go into 100 5 times. It'll go into 1,000 50 times. So remember, 25, 50. Now we're going to double it again to a 10 millimeter eyepiece right here, right? We're going to go to the 10 millimeter eyepiece. So it's 25, 50. What are you going to guess this is right here?
25.
25, 50,
Oh,
double it,
75?
100.
100.
100. It's doubling every time.
Okay.
So 25, 50, 50 to 100. Now, this is a 4.5, but to make the math really easy, we're just going to play like it's 5. So it's going to be 25, 50, 100, 200 power. All in the same telescope, 4 eyepieces. We've gone in what I think of as one full step, right? We've doubled the magnification.
Do guys, I say guys, there's women and
Yeah.
kids, people of all ages doing this. Do they buy multiple lenses for multiple
You should.
things that they're doing?
You should.
Okay.
So, and that's where I was getting to, and that's a very good question, because you want to start out with a wide field, low magnification, so you can find it, right? And get it centered. You don't have to be exactly on it, but you got a wide enough, low enough magnification that it's in the field of view. So you start with the 40, right? And once you find it and get it centered up, then you switch to your, what I think of is you could go half steps. There's eyepieces in between here.
Yeah.
But for starters, I really advocate 3 eyepieces, 40, a 20, and a 10, or a 30, a 15, and a 7.5, right? So I'm just cutting it in half every time. So I'm doubling the magnification.
And getting tighter and tighter each time.
Correct. Because you start out with that wide view, and then you double the magnification and get it centered up. And then you double the magnification again, get it set up. Then you double the magnification again, and it's still in the eyepiece.
And you
Whereas-
haven't moved your tripod. You haven't done anything like that.
Right.
You're keeping it in the exact same
you
location,
center it up.
so you know you're centered.
As
Yeah.
the objects move across the sky, you keep centering it, and when you're ready to switch, you take it out, drop it in, and it's still in the field of view. If you went from the 40 to the 4.5, so if you went from 1,000 millimeter telescope, if you went from 25 to 200 power, even though you think you had it centered up in that low power eyepiece, you're not going to find it. You're 90% of the time you're not going to be there.
So you got to take those steps that you described.
That's absolutely right.
Don't skip steps.
Don't skip these steps. That's exactly right. Because you'll skip one and go, oh, that's not there. So go back and start over again. And that's a skill you learn. I mean, I had to learn that, other people taught me this stuff. Right. And, I mean, I understood the math, but I was hard headed and just wanted to go, high power. And it's like, you can't do it. So that's why you invest in a set of a couple of eyepieces, and don't go from a 40 to a 4.5. That's
Too much of a jump.
And there's this weird atmospheric thing, Mitch, that at high power, if the scene is not good, and this is a term you've never heard before, you've been driving down the road and seen heat waves coming off the road, right?
Right.
Okay. If there's heat in the sky and the air is not the same temperature, that air is wiggling around. That's what makes the stars twinkle, right?
Okay.
Okay. You won't see it on, at low power, but you magnify those heat waves coming off, and just like you can see them and they don't look that bad, but you probably tried to put a camera through those heat waves before, and it's just like a boiling pot of water, right?
Yeah, it kind of
Or-
like muddies the image a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of it.
Yeah, okay.
A lot of it.
Okay.
So-
We're inventing new words
Yeah,
here today.
I'm good at that.
That's good.
So think about it this way: if you're looking at a rock in the bottom of a swimming pool the water is perfectly still and clear, you can see that rock and details on that rock. The little wind starts blowing, it starts rippling a little bit, and you lose it. And when a big wind starts going, you can't even see that rock.
Right.
It's the same exact thing with the eyepieces, but instead of water in the swimming pool, it's air up in the sky.
But if you were to take these steps that you described, that cuts down on that, if you will.
Well, you get to the point where you reach a magnification that works, and if you go the next step, it looks terrible. And so you just back up to what the sky gives you that night. Does that make sense?
Yeah, exactly.
The sky-
Exactly. You can't always guarantee the
Correct.
perfect conditions. Matter of fact, hardly ever.
It may be clear, but that doesn't mean there may be no clouds, but that doesn't mean there's not dust from dust
wind.
storms in the
Right,
west.
right.
There's not a volcano out in the Pacific Ocean. There's not aerosols in the air. And if you live, 80% of the people in the United States can't see the Milky Way. Okay. And so what's happening is there's lights on the ground that's shining up. And there's this term called light pollution, right? And it's light shining up in the sky. There's no reason for light to shine up in the sky. But if half that electricity that light produces goes up in the sky, you've wasted half the electricity that it took to make light to get on the ground where you want it, right?
Yeah.
And so all that light goes up in the sky, makes the dust and the aerosols reflect light or even physically start glowing. It excites some molecules and makes them glow. And so suddenly the faint things you want to see, you can't see because the
Because
sky
of the
is too bright.
interference, if you will.
The sky's too bright.
Yeah.
You can't, it's brighter than what you're trying to see, so you can't see it.
Well,
so
that is very, very interesting right
it's
there.
there's some cool concepts, takes a long time to learn, but just start. That's what we want people to do, is just get out there and get going.
If there was a baseline, if you were like describing to me something I could get for my kids for their birthdays coming up, what is there a good starter point that you could let families know? Now, this is not for somebody who's already advanced, just somebody who wants to begin the process.
How old are the kids?
I've got an 18 and a 16-year-old girls.
Okay, so, and then the next question is, okay, I have that information. Now the next question, Mitch, is what's your budget? How much smoke's coming out of your back pocket, right?
Well,
If you've got $100, it's going to be tough.
yeah, no,
Right.
I wasn't thinking that, but we'd probably get something that the family could use.
Right.
So,
So-
probably, I'd think, a couple $1,000, something like
a
that
couple
to get started.
$1,000. A couple $1,000 will get you an entry level, solid entry level astrophotography rig, so you can start doing astrophotography. Now, and we did a show on this Friday. Because of light pollution, you can't see a lot of things in the sky, so visual is not so much anymore, right? So you're start out. People are going straight to astrophotography. They can take pictures
got something he wants
of what they don't have.
Show us here.
Yeah, this is a couple $100. This is the first light, NASA Geographic N114 carbon fiber. This is very similar to the Newtonian telescope we showed you on the TN, the Twilight Nano mount. This is a tripod, basically a less expensive version, and I think it's like $249 or something like that right now. It's not in the carousel because we just sprung this out there, but this is a great little starter telescope too. Works the same way as that Newtonian we had. I'm gonna throw this to you. Right,
Nice.
right in the face. So there's a couple $100 will get you started in a good entry level telescope.
Well, that sounds good for the
mounts.
father in me, to know you don't have to throw out big bucks in the beginning to kind of spark that interest.
And another way to start that interest is binoculars. Honestly, binoculars are a great way. The darker skies you have, the more outside of big cities you live, the better telescopes are because you have darker skies, and the better the binoculars work. That's another option. Lots of people have binoculars. Get your binoculars and go out and use them. I mean, you have two little telescopes, right?
Right.
So go use them. Binoculars, they work on birds and sports, and from the press box looking down, who was that made that tackle, right?
Right, exactly.
But it's also good for, what's that up there on Orion? Or boy, look at the moon. Wow, look at the moon. The binoculars you have are the best binoculars you have. People say, what's the best telescope? Do you have one? That's your best telescope right now. Go use it, right?
And if you do get to that point where you're getting more and more interested and you go to this multiple lenses, I know that we're also talking about a case because these are expensive and you're wanting to do everything you can. I know from our experience in media, like your bosses were very unhappy when you came back with a damaged lens or a damaged camera. You know what I mean? And so this is really just a great idea. It looks kind of like almost like about the size of a shaving kit.
Yeah.
And yet the level of protection is really, really good.
Yeah, so this is, you can put different size eyepieces in here. I'm just going to shove these down into the holes that look like they'll go into, and we'll move this size right here. There we go. Boom. It's like playing Tetris. You can package, you get at least a couple more of these 52-degree eyepieces in here. They're solid. They're held in there.
Super tight.
Yeah,
you know, there's no movement. There's no movement whatsoever.
Okay, I'm going to do something stupid.
Turn it over upside down. You're doing the Dairy Queen thing? One came out.
One came out.
But 3 stayed in there.
Right. And I can put this one over here. If I want to lock this in here, I can probably force that one.
Oh yeah, they're adjustable.
Yeah, see, they're
Velcro. So if you have, at some point you invest in a lens that's even longer, it would still fit in here.
Our biggest eyepieces are 120 degree. You can get 3 or 100 degree. You can get 3 100 degree eyepieces in here, or 4 of the 82 degree eyepieces. Okay, let's try the Dairy Queen test again.
Okay.
See if I did it.
Oh, look at that. He's Blizzard. Oh, I thought he was Blizzard ready.
Well, they don't shake that stuff either, do they?
No, they don't.
So, I knew if they fell out, they were going to hit this cardboard table, this table, which is really a cardboard box. Oh, we haven't talked about this. Nice rubber fold-up eye cups. They come with an eyepiece cover and a barrel cover. Now, one thing we didn't talk about when you talk about this is the size. We'll leave that one there. It wanted to go visit the floor. So this is a 2-inch eyepiece, 2 inches in diameter, right? Mm-hmm. This is 1.25 inches. So depending on what telescope you have, take that one.
Hold that one.
Depending on what telescope, back it up. There we go.
It's the price we have to pay for not having the cameraman.
Yeah. So the focus is the focus. So this is for a more expensive telescope, okay?
Okay.
Because it's 2 inches in diameter. So if you're buying, you have an entry-level telescope, you're almost always going to have to buy the 1.25 inches. So you've got to look at the eyepieces and say, okay, what size is it? And on our pages, it says if they're 1.25 inch barrel or 2-inch barrel. Okay.
And when you buy, you probably get an owner's manual too to give you some guidance.
Not a lot.
No, not a lot. So you just go to the website.
Go to the website.
Okay.
Look on Amazon and talk about us. I mean, talk to the portal. You can talk to customer service. Looks like
we got a question from a guy, Eric D, who asked a couple of seconds ago. He's got some questions about the telescope. He's asking, if I use on Mount Washington, will it work as well as the James Webb telescope?
Absolutely not.
No, okay.
Because the James Webb telescope is now at the Lagrange 1 point where it's in a stable orbit ahead of the Earth, and it sees in infrared and deep infrared, and your telescope, your eyes don't actually. The telescope can see any color of light, even colors of light we can't see. It's your eyeball that can't do it, right?
Right.
And that's the problem. A lot of people see all these astrophotography pictures. You've seen them, and they think, wow, I want to see that. You can't. Your eye doesn't see infrared. The cameras do.
And I wanted to ask, that's really interesting. Like, if you capture some of those images, how do you then get them printed? Because I understand that when you do, you're following something oftentimes for hours. Some people
Days,
go days, 100 hours, whatever. How do you then take those images and kind of, not unlike in television news, we edit out the bad stuff and keep the good stuff?
So there's programs that allow you to do exactly that. You could take 100 5-minute images with a DSLR. If you have a digital single lens reflex camera, I couldn't say that.
That's tough.
A DSLR.
I'm glad I got the expert
If you
here.
have a DSLR, you can start doing astrophotography with a lot of different telescopes. You got to figure out how to hook it on. But once it's hooked on, If you don't have a tripod that tracks, you got to take short exposures. But if you have a tripod that tracks and will stay on something, you can take longer exposures, okay? So the signal to noise ratio, you may have heard of that before. What you're trying to take a picture of is always in the same spot. That's the signal, right?
Okay.
Everything else is noise and it's random. So if you stack up a whole bunch of pictures of the same thing over and over and over again, the signal is always in the same spot and the noise is random, so it goes away. So the signal builds up and you build up this image with short exposures of some really cool stuff.
And is that, in essence, it moving?
No,
Slightly?
You're just
No?
stacking images up.
Okay.
You're in Photoshop or other programs.
Okay.
Like you're literally just taking 50 pictures and laying them on top of each other and saying, make them one picture.
So-
And it
so
just
I
mushes
think-
them together.
Cool.
I think that Eric D has the most interesting question that we all want to know is there any way to find out what type of cheese the moon is made
I
of?
know what type of cheese.
Swiss, right?
No, it's
not Swiss.
It's made of regolith cheese.
Regolith.
Yeah, that's the term for the surface of the moon.
Okay.
That's what it's made of. It's regolith. The debris on the moon. That's what kind of cheese it is. It's regolith cheese. How about that?
Is it good on a sandwich?
It would be crunchy.
Crunchy.
Very crunchy
dry.
and very dry and very dark because the moon.
So you're talking like elementary school cafeteria type quality.
You know, I was always hungry, and you know, I eat a lot of food. You know, sometimes I just
I ain't
eat it.
scared either.
I'm
I
not
ain't scared either.
But I'll tell you this: here, we're talking about the moon, and a lot of people think the moon is white. The moon is like 12% gray. Now you know what an 18% gray is because you probably had a gray card or a white balance card, right?
Exactly.
It's almost as dark as this case. Okay.
So
And it's-
what our eye is seeing is the
reflected
reflection.
sunlight,
Yeah.
right? But and something this dark can reflect a lot of light in the right light, right? You can see it right there; it's getting brighter.
Yeah.
So something dark is still reflecting that much sunlight. That's how much sunlight there is out there. And people don't realize how bright the sun is, and that what sunlight, how strong sunlight is. So actually, Eric. There's another how fast can I drive while using this? It's about license plates on 495 North. I would suggest
keep it
you
in-
don't use a telescope to drive and look at license plates because the state patrol would probably somewhat frown on that.
Yes. Now, if you're not driving, if you got somebody else behind
And
the
you
wheel,
won't look at license plate?
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
if that's your thing, I guess you could
I like your
explore that. You could explore that.
I like his thinking.
Yeah.
But I still think if you're sitting on the side of the road looking at license plates, somebody's probably going to call the state police to come talk to you.
Absolutely. They might even want a P test. At that point, you never know.
They're going to wonder.
They're
going to wonder.
They might need to explore what's going through your bloodstream.
Yeah.
As well. Hey, we want to invite people, if you're enjoying this, we asking you to like this and tell all your friends about it. This is something that, we're going to be doing more and more often, and we'd like to see you just tell as many people as you can about this so you can get knowledgeable about the products, but we know you love this stuff, and so, this is going to continue to give you knowledge as you go on down the road and give you an idea of some new products.
Absolutely. So we didn't talk about these. These are the boxes the eyepiece come in, Mitch. People use these boxes for their eyepieces come in, and they may not store them in it. They may store them in a case, but people put these boxes out on their shelf because they're so pretty.
Yeah, they are cool. You got
other boxes just come in, other eyepieces come in just boxes. These come in this Wiltirian map of the skies. So this is a real map of the skies.
Yeah, there we go.
And there you go. You got it.
There you go.
Yeah.
We need the reflection right on
Just
these
right,
boxes too.
Yeah, so we have the blue ones are the older ones, the white ones are the newer ones, the same eyepieces
Those are really
inside.
nice.
But these are star maps, right? Or they're maps of the sky. Let
me ask you this.
Yeah.
You've been, obviously you got a wealth of knowledge. You've been working for the company a while and you've been schooled up. So now you kind of know what you're looking at, right off the bat. You got a little base knowledge. How long does it, we use the guitar analogy, but how many lessons, how many times is this is a lifelong pursuit, I know, for many, but
And it has
like
been
if
for
you you didn't do this your whole life, and listen to you, you sound
I
like,
did.
oh, you were into it? Okay.
Yeah, I've my dad never didn't buy a telescope till he was 65. He died 2 years ago at 93, but he didn't buy himself a telescope. But we had binoculars, and we'd go out with binoculars and just tour around the sky.
Okay, so
And-
this is something that you've been at a long time. Let's
Right.
say it's somebody like me,
Right.
who has no knowledge of the sky, but once you start looking at it often and studying these maps, and this you're about to bring up something for us right here to help in that regard. But how long does it take for an amateur to start at least getting a base knowledge of what they're looking at?
If possible, my biggest piece of advice, Mitch, is to find an astronomy club, or if there's no astronomy club in your area, find somebody who's done this before. Because learning to play guitar with somebody teaching you is a little easier than learn to play guitar by yourself without YouTube or anything else to look at, right?
Right.
Or buy any programs like we have on Amazon. You can buy how-to programs. Finding a mentor, finding an astronomy club is a preferred way to go. If you're by yourself and you don't have anybody doing it with you, it's going to take you longer. 6 months to a year, if you go out 3 times a month, and spend a couple hours a night, and it's a perishable skill. I used to be able to go out and find all 110 things called Messier objects. I'm not going to get into what they are. I could go out and find every one of them. I can't do that anymore because I haven't done it in years. And like anything else, it's a perishable skill. So the more you can go out on a clear night, even if it's for half an hour, you can go out for half an hour and just use a telescope to look at the moon, or to look at Orion's Nebula, or the Andromeda Galaxy, or whatever it is you can see. Even if it's just looking at a bright star and finding a bright star, that's building your skills. Go out and learn the constellations, right? Go out and look at the constellations.
Yeah, I think
and start
everyone
learning
learned about
stuff.
that. Like the last time most people thought about that was in high school, probably, or
sixth
something.
grade or something
yeah,
like that.
yeah.
So, all right. So you had never seen one of these before.
No,
this
had not.
is
What
the
are we looking at?
You're off camera.
Oh, I'm off
Yeah,
camera.
there you go.
I thought you were about to put it up there.
I'm going to, but we're gonna deal with it. So this is a Wilterian. You want to hold that for me?
Sure.
This is a Wilterian. Wilterian is a renowned Dutch celestial cartographer. In other words, he makes maps of the skies. And this is a multi-sided, multi-latitude planisphere. This is a road map of the sky, right? And it's northern hemisphere. So if you live from anywhere from on the equator all the way up to 60 degrees north up in Canada, this planisphere will work for you. One side has the northern sky when we look north. The back side has the southern part of the sky that from right here, okay? From wherever you are. The benefit of this is instead of trying to squeeze the whole sky like we're getting ready to see on one, this has part of the sky on one and part of the sky on the other, so it's bigger, right? And bigger, you can look at that and see how much more detail you can see. Imagine if that and that were all crammed into this circle.
Oh yeah,
You see what I'm saying?
It'd be too
very
much. It'd be just
difficult.
too busy.
Okay, so a planisphere, just like if you're trying to get to Miami and have never been there before, and you maybe have a general idea that away, it's going to take you a while to get to Miami. But if you have a good road map, you can get to Miami. Now, yes, you can download planispheres for your phone. The nice thing about these are, if your phone battery goes dead, this still works. There's a lot to be said for analog equipment sometimes, right?
Especially when you're out there for hours at a time,
Yeah, exactly.
out in the middle of the country, where you're trying to get some really dark skies.
Correct. And you go out there really dark skies, and then you pull out your phone and use your phone, and it blinds you, so it makes your pupil small, right? And so you're trying to see the dark stuff up, the faint stuff up in the sky. And if you wait 45 minutes and your eyes get good and adapted and your pupils get as big as the pupil can get, and all that light's pouring into your eyes, and the night vision really kicks in, the parts of your eye can see it below in the dark, and you can really see, you'd be surprised how well you can see in a dark place. And then you go, wonder what that is. You put your phone out, all that white light makes your pupil go small, and now you got to wait 45 minutes again.
And you may have no service up.
And you may not have service out there too.
Right.
So, and I'll tell you this. There are places in the United States you can go, and you, in the summertime, and you can see your shadow, diffuse shadow, by the light of the Milky Way, if you let your eyes adjust.
Very, very
It's
cool.
very cool to
So
look out
here's
and see your shadow.
a
So this is
bigger.
This is for demonstration purposes only. We do not sell this.
Too bad because
Here,
these are
come over
nice.
this way, Mitch, because you're.
These
there
things
we
are
go.
nice.
All right, so we're going to do this again. Mitch did this a few minutes ago, right before the broadcast. So what is today? February 22nd. You have it over there? February. Where's February? Right there? Yeah.
Right there. And then what, and the time, does that matter right
Yeah, the
now?
time. So this ring is the time ring, right? So you found the 7 p.m., right?
So let's go
So
7
you and I-
p.m. on
you-
the 22nd.
You and I are going to go out. Let's tip this back a little bit more. You and I are going to go out. We're going to look at the sky tonight, right?
Okay.
So you got
So I've got it 7 p.m. on the time of day, and it's right to the digit of the 22nd here on
you go.
2/22/22.
So this is what the sky is going to look like tonight, right? So we've got Orion down here in the southern sky. This is Polaris. The North Pole is right here. Lyra's just is barely skimming the horizon in the north. The Big Dipper, Leo is rising right here for you Leos. I think the producer here is a Leo. Here's the Big Dipper. Here's the Little Dipper. It shows you where everything is in the sky. And so we can go out tonight and hold this up over our heads and find everything you can see here. We have pretty bad light pollution, but you're going to be able to see all the major constellations. This blue thing right here, that blue thing is the Milky Way. Now, 80% of the people in the country can't see the Milky Way on any night.
Too much light pollution.
There's generations of people who live in, say, New York City who have never seen the Milky Way. Generations of people have lost their connection to something that up until the last 75 years has been something that intrinsically connected to humans. And we've lost that intrinsic connection.
Aside from light pollution, which we've covered a little bit, what about just pollution? Can that get in the way too? Like in those big urban areas?
You know, you get heat buildup. I mean, because, we've heard the weather guys talk about urban areas hold heat. All that concrete.
Yeah, concrete jungles.
Concrete jungles hold heat. That heat makes the sky all jumbly and shaky, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so there's things that you have to overcome. Obviously, sir. Oh, okay. You got that? We're going to move back to the small one. Here we go.
Okay.
What do you want?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
You can't get both of you in the shot.
Oh, okay. So back to the small one. This gives you a great roadmap. This is what you're going to get.
Get an IFB.
And it gives you, yes, we do. It gives you a great roadmap that tells you where you're going, what's up tonight, what you can see. You can look up all that on your phone, but it's always nice to take this out. But, Mitch, it's dark. You want to hold that for a
Yeah.
second?
So
It's
how are you
dark,
going to
Mitch.
see this out in the middle of nowhere?
How are you going to see this out in the middle of nowhere? You're going to buy the Explorer Scientific red light flashlight. See that? And you're like,
You're this.
Nice.
Just assume that failed.
why?
That's right. He
well,
did.
well, you're going to buy it. 'cause
Yeah.
You won't be able to see at night.
Right. And you don't want to mess with your own pupils out
Right.
there. Come
so
on.
so if you pull your phone light out and it's white light, there goes your pupils and all your night vision is on. Red light does not affect your pupils. Your eyes are not sensitive to dim red light.
That is really cool. I've
if it's-
never thought about
If
that.
it's really bright, then a really bright red light, your pupil will relax. But this is dim enough. It's not bright. Right?
Not at all.
And so now you can just hold this down here and you can read your planisphere. Or if you have a list of something you're trying to follow, you can read this with no trouble. And it's not, let's get it up here. You can follow it along and read and not affect your night vision by using the Explorer Scientific red light flashlight. It's aluminum, runs off a single AA battery. It total weighs 2.7 ounces or something like that.
Oh yeah, hardly
it's
anything.
hard.
You got a nice little neck piece to it, like a
Yep.
lanyard.
This is actually mine, and this is how I wear it. So it's here. I need it. I use it. Let go of it. It's gone. Has a pocket clip on it as well. It also has a zoom, so you can focus the beam a little bit if you need to.
Very nice.
Right. And this is it's $22.99 over in the carousel right now. So make your purchases. Have we got anything else? I figured that Eric D, thank you for answering my questions. I just got off the phone with the Mass State Police. They said it's okay, and they have seen worse. I suspect that in
bet they
fact
have.
they have seen worse. However, it's fine if they call in some guy with a telescope on the side of the road. But if they call in, say you have a rocket launcher or a rifle,
That's going to be a problem.
they're just going to come.
That's going to be a big
They're going
problem.
to come visit with you, and people have been called in for having both of those, and they turned out to be telescopes. In fact, it happened to me.
People thought they were weapons.
Yes.
Saw them.
Yes. We were
Yeah,
out.
those lenses are big enough. You figure you could shoot something out of them.
We were out on in a retirement community here, and somebody across the lake on a dam, somebody across the lake called the police and said there's people out there with big rifles, and the policeman rolled up and he said, I thought it was just going to be the astronomy club, but they called and he told us, and we all got a good chuckle, and it got to
And
be
for reference, do not drive while using a telescope.
or binoculars
Yes. Yes.
binoculars for that matter.
Yes, yes.
Bad things
Let
will
somebody
come.
else do the driving. If that's your thing, at least find a driver.
That's correct.
That's right.
So,
How we doing on time, Paulie?
Oh, we've got about 10 minutes.
10 minutes. So maybe we can go on to another product.
no,
to-
we're
You can
good.
tell us some old war stories.
Old war stories. We can tell some stories. So it got to be, and I'll say it's Bella Vista, and it got to be where when we were going out, we would just call the police and say, "Hey, we're going to be up on Lake Rayburn Dam," and then somebody invariably would call in, and they'd say, "Yeah, it's the astronomers." Well, no, oh no, there's a policeman up there with them. Guaranteed, because the police would come out and use our telescopes. They loved hanging out with us, and so and then there's an astronomy group here that meets regularly at the cemetery because it's really quiet. The people who are there don't call the police, and we generally tell the police they're going to be out there. But it's gotten to the point they don't even do it because they're not out there being rowdy. They're not screaming and yelling. They're not honking horns or playing loud music.
They might be moaning and groaning every now and again, though. On a full moon,
Yeah, moaning groan over the full moon because that's a good point.
Any howling going on?
No,
out
there's
there?
no howling.
Okay.
No, except coyotes. So here's the people buy a new telescope, and there'll be people that hear there's going to be a lunar eclipse. So there's going to be they want to see the strawberry moon, which is a full moon, and so they buy a telescope and they go out to use telescope, and they look at the telescope and go, "Oh man, that hurt." The full moon is not the time to look at the moon because it's so bright, like a camera flash goes off and you see a circle for
Close your eyes for a second.
right, but then you see that circle for 5 minutes.
Right.
If you look through the full moon in a big telescope or even a little telescope, you're going to continue to see that big image, that full moon, for a while. The time to look at the moon is that when it has that shadow on it, when it's not full, because that shadow, just like my hand casts a shadow. So there's a mountain range right here. Well, it casts a shadow, right? And that shadow lets you see in 3 dimensions. And so you can start seeing, oh, that goes down. Oh, that goes up. Oh, that's a mountain. That's a crater. What's that line? That's a big old valley right there, right? And so it lets you see in 3 dimensions. So when you look at a new moon that's rising in the west, looking at that shadow line
That is so
and
interesting.
watching that shadow line march across till it's a full moon, and then after it's a full moon, watching that shadow line march across the other side of the moon until it disappears and it's a new moon again, and then it comes back up in the east.
That's so funny
the
because
west.
it goes against what I think amateurs would be thinking. Like they want to get it when it's the brightest because they're thinking that's going to be my best picture. They're always looking for the best light.
Right.
But in effect, the more light here can actually damage your hurt your eyes
it
a
won't
little
damage it, but you will feel it. I mean, you'll go in there and go, you feel it. Paul's done it.
Yeah.
You feel
it'll
it.
give you a headache.
It gets
if
your
you're not
attention,
paying
huh?
attention.
It
So
does.
that's interesting. It kind of, not unlike the size of the lenses, takes a little while for you to realize the reasons why. And once
things
you
are.
do, I would think that just gets people's juices flowing even more. They get super pumped up when they not only have the equipment, but then they start learning a few tricks of the trade, and then they start getting exponentially better and wanting more equipment and just diving in harder.
Right. And that's what happens. They want to dive in harder. Tyler and I were at a event called Stars and Sauce Pre-Party. There's an event going on here. It's a melding of country music, bluegrass, country rock, and astronomy called Stars and Sauce.
Dang.
And it's going to be the end of April.
I wanna be in on that.
I know a guy.
Yeah, do you?
And,
Yeah, get me a press
I
pass
think
or something.
we
So-
may have.
I want a press pass, Paul. Hook me up.
What, Paul?
The brochure for that.
Yeah, we'll hook up a brochure in one of
Yes.
these the next broadcast. We'll get that tomorrow
He
night.
was- I took a bunch of pictures.
Yeah.
Of the guy coming in playing his mandolin.
Yeah, so it's going to be really cool music.
Doing a music video here,
A 3-day event. Going to go music all night long, all day long, and we're the stars of Stars and Sauce. The sauce is the music, and we're the stars. And it is an astronomy festival with music around it, or music festival with astronomy around it.
Now, when you're out there with a group like that, let's say, you mentioned sometimes you go out with astronomy groups. On this night, there might be multiple people out there or more, a ton of people. Like,
5,000.
does that begin to damage the images that you can get, or is everybody's respectful?
Everybody's
of the
respectful.
others. Like, they don't shine a flashlight.
No, they're told. They're told.
The announcers
tell
there's
them.
etiquette.
Yeah, there's Star Party etiquette.
Okay.
You know, don't use your phones. You know, if you do, there's ways to make your phones red so it doesn't hurt your vision.
Okay.
But most of the people are just real chill, and we've done it once. Came up and great conversation and great music in the background, and you know, it's not for everybody. If you don't like music festivals, it's probably not your cup of tea if you're an astronomer.
Yeah.
You know, because there's plenty of old fuddy-duddy just astronomy, but there's also people who like that, you know, other stuff too.
And that community of it.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
it's a
like
whole
to
new
be around
community.
like-minded people.
So we were at a bar in Fayetteville, George's, on Saturday night, and we had our 16-inch Newtonian set up. It's a truss tube Dob, and you know, we had, I don't know, a couple hundred people go through. The crowd was so big they turned like 200 people away from the door, and we had telescopes set up out on the patio, and we could just see what was rising, right? And so the moon finally came up, and I just go, "Hey, come look at the moon." And people, like I say, "It's not going to hurt you. Just come look." And they'd come over and go, "Okay," just humoring me, right?
Yeah.
And they'd go, and we actually had 2 people cry.
Oh, wow.
They'd never looked at, and that's typical. To get somebody to cry,
It can give you that reaction, huh?
yeah,
That it really hits you in the
emotional,
gut. Yeah.
religious awakening. I'm oh my God, I'm
Like-
smaller than I thought I was, you know.
Man,
and
amazing.
they'll go sit down and have to just breathe and just be real quiet, or start crying. It literally cry because of that impact of seeing the moon. And they've gone from being not wanting to look through the telescope,
Now they want one.
and they want to talk, and they want to talk. So he's giving us the out sign. I hear him whacking his hand
Oh,
over
well. Listen, it has been my honor to be here for the first time I've been a part of this. But for Kent Martz, I'm Mitch Roberts for Explorer Scientific. Remember the Global Star Party that we do all the time, and we'll give you more information about that music festival as time goes by. Thanks for being here, everyone, and we'll see you next time on Amazon Live.
it'll stand up like it is right now, or you can close the leg and use, again, these 2 screw holes right here. You can mount these on a wall somewhere. Real easy to do. You would simply put in 2 screws the measured distance apart, get them level, and screw them in until they snap. It snaps down in. You have to force it a little bit. That will keep this on the wall and make it good and sturdy. This is the large weather station, large display weather station from Explore Scientific. It is over in the carousel right now. It'll pop up here as the featured product in just a minute. This
Hey,
is the
Kent?
large display weather station. Yes, Annie.
Hang on, I was going to tell you something.
Got a
Never
question?
mind. Never mind, changed it.
Tabby Tux, hello. Does the one with the large display have a backlight? Yes, it does. You can't see it here, and it's a touch display. It doesn't say it all the time, but it does have it. Thank you for that question, Tabby Tux. That's a great question. It also has a snooze function for the alarm, and the alarms work well every morning for a period of time. We could not find what was beeping because it would go off in here, and you know how you can't find a sound. And finally, we determined it was a clock that was hidden behind a box. It took us a long time to find that alarm clock. So it's a nice, gentle, subtle backlight. It's not going to blind you in the middle of the night when you turn it on. It's not like hitting a spotlight or anything. So here on Amazon Live right now, if you're watching and haven't followed us before, we would appreciate it if you click that follow button. Also, as Tabby Tux figured out, there is a chat function. We love when people ask us questions about what we're talking about, because I can't think of everything, and by asking questions, I'm able to add that to my repertoire in future broadcasts, and I appreciate it very much. This is the large display weather station with indoor and outdoor temperature. Go over it one more time. It has atomic clock function, so it sucks in the time out of the radio waves that come in. Like in here, it's we're in the middle of a very large metal building. Might have to move to a window or towards a door and let it find it, and then it'll pick it up, and then it'll be okay after that.
I remember my question now.
Yes, Andy, your question. She remembered it.
Can you plug it in the wall at all, or is it just battery operated?
Have to look on this one. This is just battery operated. There is no adapter with this one. That's a good question. The next one I'm getting ready to show you, you can plug into AC outlet and power it without batteries. Look on here and make sure. Yes, there is no power port on here. It's simply runs off 2 AA batteries. And again, it's been 4 or 5 months since I've done weather and time products. So this has been going for easily 4 or 5 months. And the station is working just great. The weather sensor on this one, I haven't put batteries in it. I noticed it right before we started, and I didn't bother to put batteries in it because, you know, don't need it really. So the question is, how do you know? How do you know what's going on with the weather? Weather stations like this is a great way. Weather affects our lives in many ways. For instance, you know, as school gets going, you want to know what's going to be going on with your kids. Yes, we all have smart devices we can look at, but you also want to know what it is exactly where you live. And this is a fine way to keep that monitored, as well as monitor a number of other rooms in your house or the outdoor temperature as well. This is the Explore Scientific large display weather station and clock. Has dual snooze, a host of functions right here. So, we have another question. Tabby Tux, can you show the light function? Tabby, I can't because it's just, it's so bright in here, the studio lights just don't, I mean, I can barely see it here. No, that's going to throw the cameras in a disarray. Yeah.
But that's a nice function, right? Because you don't want it to just blast your eyes
it's
in the middle of the night.
Exactly. It's not so bright in the middle of the night you're going to hit it and blast your eyes. Because last thing you want to do is blast your eyes with a whole bunch of bright white light, because then it's going to wake you up, and that's not what the goal is. So, Tabby, I'm sorry I can't show that to you. It's just, there's just too many studio lights. Hey, there's a message I can't read. It's got some stuff in front of it. Noah, could you come over and...
Yeah, because do any of the ones you have on have a weather alert function?
None of these do. These are not the weather alert radios like if there's a tornado watch or warning issued for your area, it does not have that kind of alert. That is a great question as well.
But we do have one that does that.
None of these that I'm showing today do. We do have one though.
Yeah, we do, but it's not any one of the ones you're showing today. But it might be on Amazon.
It's on Amazon. What? Go ahead and put it.
I think it's the 7-in-1.
That's a big weather station.
It's the 5-in-1 and the 7-in-1. I think both
So
do
you
that.
can go ahead and put those over there. I mean, they'll show up. They're really big. They're full-blown weather stations. Yeah, put them in the carousel. So we're going to put those in the carousel there for you, Tabby. These are, they have a large unit that mounts outside. I did not bring one. I'll do one next Monday for you. So come back next Monday and I will show you the 5-in-1 weather station and the 7-in-1. These are big, robust weather stations that offer a host of information, including the 7-in-1 has UV index indicator for current UV levels, a UV level predictor, all sorts of stuff on that big weather station. And again, I will do that next Monday because we have a whole bunch of weather and time products we want to talk about. So this is the color weather station. I actually have one of these and use it in my travel trailer when I go camping. It's really nice to know when you're out at a state park and you know it's going to get cold because the forecast has been to get cold and you're snug as a bug inside and you find out by looking at the weather station that it's a whopping 17 degrees outside and you're just snug as a bug inside your camper and makes it awful nice as well. So this is the color weather station with multiple sensors. This comes with two colors, either black or white. I have the black version and it has 3 sensors. So the sensor here that's built in and then 3 additional remote sensors. So I have, when I'm camping, I put a sensor under the sink so I'm sure of what the temperature is there because you know you don't want it to freeze up in there. You want to take steps before that ever happens. And then I put the other sensor outside and I don't use the 3rd sensor. I keep it as a backup. So great. I've really enjoyed using it. It's nice and well lit. The colors make it easy to see. As you can see, it's got this one has a plastic cover on it showing them. But as you can see, it's got a forecast right here, partly cloudy and sunny. And it's got a cute little flower on it right there that shows up. Time, date, indoor, outdoor temperature, sensor temperatures, outdoor 1, outdoor 2, outdoor 3, indoors. Very nice design, very nice to use. A lot of information right there at your fingertips.
Pull it back just a little bit.
Tabby says, lost the signal. I'm not seeing myself on the monitor now.
The internet's spotty again.
We have, is it live?
Yes.
Over there, Noah?
Yeah, I'm seeing you live.
So, all right, we're still going apparently. We've been having spotty internet trouble here periodically, and last Friday was chaos. Not chaos, just uncontrolled chaos. Mayhem, I don't know. It was frustrating. We had a couple of starts and false starts and stops and everything else. So,
will you pull it back just a little bit because we can't see it? It's got a reflection. Oh, there you go. That's perfect. Thank you.
there you go. Okay, thank you. So I can't tell where the reflections are going to hit. It's just angles and lights and everything else. So this is the Explore Scientific weather station. It has the slogan, Explore Better Living. And this way you can tell what's going on temperature-wise and has a forecast as well. It's based on the barometric pressure that's going on. So if the barometric pressure is going up, you know it's going to be partly cloudy. If it gets high enough, you know it's going to be clear, and that's how it does that. So those weather stations should be popping up in the carousel at some point fairly quickly, Tabby, so you can take a look at them directly. We can't refresh our browser because if we do that, it shuts down the whole switch in studio. So we're just along for the ride until we actually lose signal, and then we'll reboot some stuff.
There's a question.
Yes.
On another platform that says, can you program the names of the sensors?
They're already programmed outdoor 1, outdoor 2, outdoor 3. So if you put outdoor 1 in your kid's bedroom, you're just going to have to remember that outdoor 1 is outdoor 1, right? Is really kid's bedroom, and outdoor 2 is the kitchen, and outdoor 3's the outdoors, or your garage, or whatever you need to put it in to control the temperature. My dad had a wine cellar where he made wine, and he had a thermometer in there, and he was always going in and checking it just to see what the temperature was, especially if it got warm in the fall. And he would have loved to have had one of these so he didn't have to go down in the cellar. But it was always good to go down in the cellar and watch the grape juice bubble away, working its magic, the yeast working its magic. All right, so what else? Did I miss anything? Let me see if I missed anything. 3 sensors, low battery monitor sensors, backlight, 3 outdoor sensors. Yes, this one runs off of AC power. It has a 5-volt DC adapter, and it draws 150 milliamps to keep it running. So very, you could, if you have it inside, you can plug it into the wall adapter and have it run off the AC power. And I'd say keep batteries in there so the power goes out, you still know what the temperatures are.
Yeah, so one of the things that we've found in our weather stations is that if they come with a wall adapter, it's recommended that you keep them plugged in, because sometimes the battery is actually only equipped for if the power goes out. And so,
Do you have a microphone over there?
Yes, I'm talking in a microphone.
Okay, all right. I didn't know if you did or not. I can see this much of Annie.
I'm small. I'm sorry. I'm short.
And she's over there in the dark, and I can just sort of see her top of her head moving. So
yes, that's one of the things we learned. So we usually recommend that you keep it plugged in, so that way that battery lasts and you don't have an oops whenever the power goes out.
Absolutely. That way you can keep the time and temperature. Last night the power went out in my house. I found out because I use a CPAP, and it went off, and I took it off and said, "Dadgummit, what's going on?" Finally, I realized that it was off, and the power was off for about 5 minutes, came back on. So thank goodness, because I would have snored my way through the night, and that wouldn't have been pleasurable for me or my wife. So the cats may not have cared, but my wife would have cared. Anyway, we have a whole bunch of other weather and time products here on Amazon. You can go over to the Explore Scientific store on Amazon Live and check out our weather and time products. There's a whole host of products. I think we have like 32 or 36 different products. We'll be working through those for the next couple of weeks and showing you some differences in those. So let's see.
So I have a question.
Yes.
Can you put the sensors out in direct weather, or do they need to be covered up?
I would not put them out in direct weather. I'm going to say don't do it. I don't know what the directions say, but when you're getting temperature, you don't want it to be in direct sunlight. You want it to be where it's measuring the air temperature, not sun pounding on it. So it needs to be, under the eave of the house or on your patio or something like that. If you ever look at official weather station sensors for the National Weather Service or NOAA, they're generally housed in a white box that has the air can blow through it. It's 4 or 5 feet off the ground, and they're always painted white. Why? Because white doesn't absorb the temperatures from the sun nearly as much as the others. But I would say do not put these sensors out in the weather. Now, when you get the 5-in-1 or the 7-in-1 weather forecasting station, that has rainfall, has a rain gauge on it, has a wind speed, has an anemometer, wind speed indicator. It also has a direction indicator, so that actually does go out in the weather and is perfectly fine to set out, mounted on a pole on the eave of your house or in your backyard somewhere. So yes, those are made to go outdoors, but I'm going to say these are not. I could look them up real quick, but that would be boring watching me read until I found it. But my instincts tell me, and I think my instincts are about 100% right, don't put these out where they're going to get exposed to lots of rain, right? And that's the enemy of electronics is rain.
Now, do any of these smaller ones do barometric pressure, or do you have to have or is it only our bigger ones?
The bigger ones display it. The forecast comes because of barometric pressure, but this one does not display barometric pressure. I'm going to make sure that's correct. Yes, it does not. But it does have a forecast function on it. Oh, it does have barometric pressure. It just doesn't show you what it is. It shows you whether, no, that's not barometric pressure. It shows you whether the temperature is rising or falling.
Oh, that's cool.
But it does not, I do not believe it has barometric pressure displayed. It's always nice to see what the barometric pressure is. And that's one thing that unless you have dig into some of the smartphone apps, it's not readily available many times. So conversations, questions, if you're out there, we would love to have a question, a shout out, or give us a follow if you like what you're seeing.
One Mon says hello.
Who does?
One Mon.
One Mon says hello. Hello back to you. Thank you for giving us a shout out. We're always eager to hear from the people who tune in, and we thank you for that. It is a gift of your time to us, and we truly appreciate that very, very much. Thank you for it. So I'm going to cycle back, and we're going to spend the next couple of minutes talking about the first item we went to here on the show, and that first item is the wireless rain gauge with outdoor temperature. All right, so this is a rain gauge right here from Explore Scientific. It's part of our time and weather series. It comes with the rain gauge and an indoor monitoring system. It has a thermometer in it as well. I'm always fascinated. It was years before I understood how a rain gauge worked. Had some ideas, but the rain goes through a very known size of area, and it drips into through that little hole, and the rain goes into this little rocker right here. It's like a seesaw, and when this side fills up with 1/10 of an inch, it flips over, and it just, every time it flips over, it adds 1/10 of an inch of rain to the rain, and then after a certain period of time, it resets itself. This is the wireless rain gauge with temperature from Explore Scientific weather line. It is a fantastic line. They're nice, beautiful, white, elegant, well-designed pieces that provide you with a host of information at your fingertips about right there in your backyard. They're over there in the carousel right now. Did the 7-in-1 and 5-in-1 pop up? I can't see the whole carousel.
I'll put the 5-in-1 and I can put the 7-in-1.
That's okay. The 5-in-1's there, so you can take a look at it. The 7-in-1 is a little more expensive, but it's much more powerful in what it does as well. There we go. There's the 5-in-1 showed up right there. The 7-in-1 is the one that has the UV indicator and a couple other things that the 5-in-1 does not.
So I have a question real fast
ma'am.
about this. If it's like a downpour, will it immediately read however much water is in there, or does it take time, like a little trickle?
No, it'll as that 1/10 of an inch thing fills up, it'll go click, 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 click.
Okay.
And what does it do with the water? It literally just dumps it out the bottom. It literally just, when it goes in, it flows out right here, right? So the rain goes in and then it just flows out right here, right there on each side. So it just dumps the water out and resets. And
Almost like a strainer.
Almost like a what?
A strainer.
Yeah, almost like a strainer. And it just, water goes through it. Now, obviously, if a leaf or something gets in this, and you want to set these away from trees where they're going to get a bunch of leaves and stuff in it, a leaf obviously could plug the hole and it'll fill up and not give you an accurate gauge. But if it's raining so hard it can't keep up, it's whether it rains 6 or 7 inches probably is not going to matter too much at that point. So, any other questions over there, Annie, coming in from?
No, I don't have any questions.
Sandy says, stuttering and chopping video for me. Yes, Sandy, we're sorry about that. We've been having trouble with our internet here. It tends to happen in the afternoons, which is when the broadcasts come on. We've been working on it and trying to find a solution. We had been using wireless. We've gone to a wired connection, and that's helped a little bit, but not much. But thank you for letting us know, Sandy. We appreciate that feedback. It gives us more ammunition to go and say, hey, we're getting comments from the viewers, and we need to get this fixed so they have a good experience with Explore Scientific and our products. And it's 3:30, so it's time to wrap up our show. Thank you for spending some time with us today here on Amazon Live. You can click over there on the carousel for the next couple of seconds and make a purchase and find out what's going on in the weather specifically in your house and around your house. For the staff here at Explore Scientific, including Annie, who's setting in and doing the director duties in the absence of Paul, who is on vacation. I don't know who approved it, but golly, but it's a good reason for Annie to learn new skills. And Noah Menard over in the Marketplace Brain Center. Noah waves hi like that today instead of waving over his shoulder. So we appreciate what Noah does, and he gets everything up and current on the marketplaces, and that makes a huge difference in your ability to make accurate, well-informed purchases. So, again, on behalf of everybody here at Explore Scientific, thanks for watching. We'll be back on Tuesday with Fun Day Tuesday. Annie and Lucy will be up here showing some of our fun toys and kid-oriented STEM gear. It's going to be a great show. Wednesday, I've got First Light Chronicles. Thursday, On the Wing, a birding show. And Friday, Focus on astrophotography. It's going to be a full week. I hope you're having a pleasant Monday. And some places, it's already Tuesday, so I hope your Tuesday is off to a good start. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Bye-bye, everybody.
It turned you off. Go.
Okay, I think the audio is back on now. Is that correct? Poor Annie, who is a customer service person, not a videography studio technician, is covering for Paul, who deserves a couple of days off. And she's done it for a couple of weeks, but doing it with no help at all is always a learning experience, and she's doing a great job of learning. So,
Well, thank you very much.
oh, well, we'll find Monday if it goes well, because Paul won't be here Monday either. So
Okay.
your test is Monday as well. So young Connor took this picture we're getting ready to show you, and Annie will tell me when she has it ready. And so, and we've now gone to about the lead graphic again. So Connor uses a computer to control this, probably.
Thank you for watching our 24-hour-a-day live stream here at Explore Scientific, where we show you all the programs that we run live in front of a live audience. Programs like Global Star Party, On the Wing for birders, First Light Chronicles for beginners, and Focus on Astrophotography for astrophotographers. We bring in astronomers and explorers from around the world to answer your questions live. But there's so much cool information there that we decide to package it all together and run it 24 hours a day. We're also on Amazon Live, where we do deep dives into our products and our gear. There's so much important information as we share the education, the experience, answering questions from the audience, that kind of thing. So tune in, and thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Tyler and welcome back to our Explore First Light series. Today we're going to talk about the Newtonian, and specifically this is the 114 millimeter Newtonian with a 4.5 inch mirror. How these Newtonians work is light will enter through the main objective, bounce off the primary, hit the secondary, and goes right into our diagonal, or our rack and pinion with an eyepiece or our cell phone adapter. This has 40 millimeters of draw tube, and now all these telescopes come with a red dot finder, a 25 millimeter Palossal, and a cell phone adapter. Now with these particular First Light telescopes, they always come with a couple of options as far as mounts. The EQ3, a nano mount, a Twilight 1, or an Alt-Az mount. Now, with these particular telescopes, it is always recommended that you get multiple eyepieces. And I always recommend the 52 degree series that we see here, also with a focal extender. Usually 2 times is plenty enough. Now, with these eyepieces, they are waterproof and argon purged, and they make a perfect addition to these telescopes to help you visually acquire what you're wanting to see. Now, again, I hope you guys tune in for our next episode. We're going to be talking about our 80 millimeter refractor on the First Light series. And again, my name is Tyler, and I hope you have clear skies and keep looking up.
Right.
I don't want them getting sick and saying, you made me ill. I don't want them.
All right. We'll wait. We'll wait to, I just wanted to get, these are going to be. Hey everyone, it's Scott Roberts, and today with me, special guest, Dr. Daniel Barth, who does a lot of our videos, but it's great to have him on. Daniel used to also work at a retail store selling telescopes.
In Los Angeles, yes.
Yeah, yep. And so that's kind of how we first met, but that was a long time
30
ago.
more than 30 years ago.
Really?
Yeah, I know.
And you're only 31, right?
That- 39, like Jack Bennett.
39, all
That's
right.
right.
So anyhow, you know, today we're going to be talking about the National Geographic StarApp 70 refractor, but let's roll some video of what we showed last time. Today we are going to do an out-of-the-box assembly and how to use the First Light Series 8-inch Dobsonian. And this assembles, if you've ever put together IKEA furniture before, same kind of deal.
The tools you're going to need. Phillips.
Yeah, and I said one of these is a front and one's a back. Actually, it's just a front, and then you've got two side
pieces
right here, right? So
we have a Phillips head screwdriver, a 2mm hex or Allen wrench, and a crescent wrench, okay? Those are the tools that we're going to need to put this together. Yep, don't
okay,
over tighten.
that's good. That's good.
Okay.
All right, now those things, these little
These
capture
little
things
right here.
go into,
All those holes.
yep.
Going to tighten this down. And before I tighten that one down, see, they both lock in there real easy.
Yeah. And this,
Just like that. There we go. And we've got it ready to go. So here these are, Scott. There you go. Now then, there's a couple of things to know about this. These are not the same, right? They look the same, but they're not the same.
they
All right.
have
This piece right here,
this piece right here, and they also
And this-
have,
a little guide
Yeah.
to keep it all square. So the nose piece, I'm consulting my directions. I've read them a couple of times just to make sure I understand. The nose pieces go on the side away from the focuser, okay? Just
gonna
like
be like
that.
that.
Just like that. So grab that.
and you
Here.
notice there's two holes here, and we're going to move these cradle rings also so that we get to the center of gravity of the tube assembly. Now, something else you notice about these bearings is that they've got a surface on it that feels like it's a rough pebbles and stuff, but they are when they rub up against the Teflon pads, it makes the right kind of stiction, but also the right kind of smoothness for getting a nice adjustment in altitude.
All right, so here you go.
Okay.
All right, so here's
Right,
the
now
base,
Pull that base back.
about right there, about where the table
Maybe a
was.
little bit more.
Okay.
A little bit more. All the way to the back as far as we can. Okay. All right. And now,
We're just going to set it down in those curved arms. Oh, and we don't have the tube tight, so it's going to slide all the way down.
yeah. Here, but if you pull it like that,
I'll hold on to it. So
the other
about
can
right
slide.
there. Now we're going to tighten these up. And if you have a balance problem, you can just slide these in and out, right? And get it to where it balances for you. And you don't have to get those down super tight. You just want them tight enough. The tube's not going to move. So here we go.
right. So we don't need to.
And Scott, we still
These
don't
are
have
other
it.
things that you want to take, you want to keep
We still don't have it quite right,
to
Scott.
tell you how the telescope assembled.
We don't have it quite right because we got to move it a little bit more because
Well, you also don't have the other stuff on it, so just go ahead and.
It won't clear the base. It won't stand up straight.
I see.
That might do it. So you should be able to.
Oh, right. This has to go. Show them that.
Yeah.
Okay. This has to clear. That bottom has to clear this board.
And there we go. We just cleared it. So there we go. Okay.
I'm going to take the lens cap off.
It's always hard to get the lens cap off the first couple of times. There we go. This is the 8-inch First Light Dobsonian telescope.
All right.
It's a beautiful scope, as you can see. Has a single speed focuser, but we do have a 10-to-1 reduction gear that's an accessory that you can order to put on it as well. It comes with a focuser that can allow either 2-inch eyepieces or 1.25-inch eyepieces with the adapter. All right, and right here, tighten this down. This has 2 places where you can put a finder scope.
Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that. And if you ever want to learn more about it, you know where to go. So, anyways, our next out-of-the-box experience, Daniel and I are going to take this Star App 70 refractor, National Geographic. It's got the little Star App software download for your smartphone, and it's going to help you learn the sky.
Absolutely.
But I have used small telescopes a lot at big star parties.
Yes.
Okay, I have made a point at times to go up to my friends who have giant telescopes, and believe me, amateur astronomers sometimes have ginormous telescopes,
Yes, we
okay?
do.
And they do not think that you can see anything through a little telescope.
I see this all the time online, in
Yep.
forums,
Right.
social media.
Sure, and so, but that's not true.
It
That's
is not.
It's not true, and what you really do need is an appropriate eyepiece,
Yes.
okay, which we're going to talk about here. You need to find your way around the sky.
Correct.
You need to learn how to relax at the eyepiece, which we'll talk a little bit about, okay? But I have seen things like the Whirlpool Galaxy with the 70-millimeter
Yes, you can.
telescope.
Yes, you
know? You can see lots of nebulosity with it, and but you need clear, dark skies.
You do.
So.
And Scott, people forget that Galileo discovered mountains on the moon, that there was no atmosphere. He measured the heights of mountains on the moon.
What?
He proved that the sun had to be the center of our solar system, not the Earth, with a telescope less than half the size of this.
Oh, yeah, and much less than half the quality of this.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Certainly.
So,
Certainly.
So his, you can go and see at the Galileo has there's a museum.
There is.
And one of his original objective lenses is there. And it's cool to look at, but sadly, it's not that good, okay?
No.
So, but he did amazing things with
He
it.
did amazing things.
And he changed the world.
He did.
Right? And so,
He did.
And you can change your world by learning about the sky
Indeed.
with a small
And
telescope like this.
you and I have been involved in selling and marketing telescopes one way or another together for more than 30 years.
Right.
And working in a telescope store, I've sold hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these.
Right.
And this is, in many ways, the ideal first telescope. It's lightweight. There's no trouble setting it up. It's point, look, and enjoy. And you can set it up, take advantage of the sky for 20 minutes. If it gets cloudy, bring it in. There's no setup time, takedown time. There's no gears, no levers, no
Right.
batteries, no winding. It's just so
Easy.
simple to use.
So simple to use. So I'm making sure that I have my smartphone over here with,
Yes.
with the Star App software on it. But we're going to take this out of the box and show you how not only easy to use, but the other thing that might be important to some of you out there is how low cost this thing is. Okay,
It's a heck of a bargain.
it is. So let's go ahead and
Let's indeed. Let's go open
take
it up.
it apart. Okay.
And I have a booklet in my end with instructions for the app as well as instructions for the telescope. This is so easy, folks. It's easier than making Betty Crocker brownies.
Wow.
You're going to have a great time.
I like Betty Crocker brownies.
I
so.
do too. Here, I'll push
Anyways,
on my
okay,
side.
so we've got 2 boxes that he's pushing out, okay? And here we go. It's nice packaging. It's in
It is.
pretty sturdy cardboard here. We've got something that kind of comes up here at the top, and this is, inside is an accessory tray for the tripod.
Helps hold your eyepieces and things.
Yeah, we got some flaps here. Now the thing I think you're going to really like is that this telescope's almost completely assembled. So,
And that's so nice because I know, Scott, many people have talked to me and said, can you put it together for me when I sold telescopes? I actually made a lot of money on the side putting together telescopes for people because they
That's
didn't want to
cool.
do it on Christmas morning.
Right.
And this is so simple, and it's almost completely assembled.
Look at this. This is the spreader bar for the tripod. This helps make the tripod legs really sturdy all by themselves.
Right.
It just kind of pushes down like so. Let's dig out that accessory tray.
Indeed.
Okay. So there's a couple of flaps
And
here.
a lot of people will like to use a telescope like this at the greatest height, but I often recommend people use it as a lower height with a small lawn chair
There you go.
or a little camping stool, because the lower the telescope is, the sturdier it is,
Sturdier
and
it
it's
is.
less fatigue for the observer,
Yep.
and that's a big thing.
That is a big thing. And you're going to find out that being relaxed at the eyepiece
So important.
lets you see more, okay? Because we don't want you to take that, those 5-second looks through the telescope. Once you have a nebula or a galaxy or a planet,
We want you to relax and spend
Some time.
10, 15 minutes,
exactly,
because the more you look at, the more you'll see.
right? So this accessory tray has 3 holes. This is for something called a Barlow lens and the 2 eyepieces that comes with it.
Indeed.
Okay, and those help you change magnification. It's got a keyed centerpiece here, and that fits over the
And then
keyed
just
center.
snaps into place.
And that's,
Oh, that's so easy.
Yeah, and so now
Compared
it's-
with the old fiddly kind with screws and
with
nuts
screws
and bolts.
and wing nuts.
Oh,
and
yeah.
That's the part that's what made you a lot of money before, right? So, right? Okay, so we are now ready to dig into the next box, which is going to be this little guy right here. And this box has what's called the Alt-Az head. Okay.
Yes, indeed. And this is really nice, folks, because this is not plastic. This is cast metal, and you have your locking screw here. You have a compass inside to help you orient yourself to the sky. It has a little low friction ring on here, and the screw on the bottom, so you can tighten this up. The old telescopes that we often sold, you couldn't tighten up the head.
Oh,
And so sometimes it would get wobbly, and
Right.
it was a big
yeah,
problem.
wobbly tripods make for a very frustrating night.
Disappointing experience.
Yes.
Indeed, they do. So I'm taking off this this locking nut, and I'm careful not to lose the screw.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to just go ahead and set this up. And there's a little plastic ring in here, folks. The little plastic ring helps you have a surface with enough friction. You don't want so much that you can't move it easily, and you don't want so little that it just, it flies around at the slightest bump, and then you can't go ahead. And there we go. And this is nice, and we can turn it, and you can adjust the amount of tension
Yep.
down here.
And you also have a lock on the side here too, so you can.
You do.
If you want to nail this down in position, you can do it.
You can lock it down. I'm loosening this up so we can mount the telescope.
Yeah.
And again, for locking things down, if you're observing during the day, and this is great if you want to observe birds and wildlife and things like that, it's terrific.
You see this guy,
There
he
you
goes
go.
inside like this, and it's easier to show you from this angle, but this has like a little notch in it, and it's a clamp, okay? So right now we can tilt up and down. This is called altitude. If you're a photographer, this is called tilt, okay? And this is called pan, but
If you're an astronomer,
Alt-Az. Yeah. Is Paul on air? Oh, you got, okay, so there's a question.
okay.
All right, so
Can we see it up in the chat?
So-
Not yet?
not yet.
Robert 2300 asks, will the Acer Plus work with the Exos 100 mount?
Yes, it will. Yep, we're not talking about that today, but we will get to that product eventually, and we can start to answer lots of questions for you. But absolutely, yes, it can. And there are a lot of people out there using it. So if you go out to the forums online and just ask that question. You're going to get lots of responses, okay? But we're returning now to our
the Star
Star
App
App
70.
70. Okay. So,
And this is, I got to compliment you, Scott. This is such a beautiful instrument.
it is nice.
just-
I mean, it's just
It's
all...
so beautiful.
There we go. So we have, this is called a dew shield. Now the dew shield does two functions. One is that we've all been outside where things dewed up, you know, and you don't want to sit in like a lawn chair that's like all dewed up and wet, okay, because that's kind of ucky. So the dew shield is designed to collect that dew as much as possible so it doesn't form on the lens, fogging the lens over, okay? So that fits on.
It also blocks out stray light. If you're not fortunate enough to be out in a dark sky area, which most of us observe from our backyards from time to time,
Right.
certainly new observers usually do. And for those folks, there's always stray light. And the dew shield also works as a light shield. Question?
Yeah. Right. Yeah, our table's a little high here. Yeah, there's and now we're finished, folks. You can't see it. Let's change this. Okay. Here we go. So you can see now I'm extending the legs, and you can extend these continuously. They're metal legs, and
Nice. They're
It is
extruded.
nice.
They're extruded aluminum,
exactly.
and we all remember the tripods with the wobbly wooden legs. This is nice.
Yeah.
This is nice.
Yeah, it's sturdy. The tilt and pan or alt azimuth head is really smooth. Okay, so you got smooth
is.
movements. You got smooth up and down. You got locks. Okay, which you can half lock and still move.
Right.
Let go. Okay, so that's nice.
One of the things that's important, friends, is you're going to want to set up your telescope with enough friction that you can move it in altitude and azimuth, left to right, up and down, and follow things, because of course the Earth's ever turning and the sky is moving. And
right.
There we go.
So-
We've got a little,
You can see I'm taking off some tape off the back here.
and it has a sun
Here,
war-
let's center this up for you. Okay?
has a sun warning, and please, folks, never, ever point a live telescope toward the sun, not even if you think it's covered. Just don't do it.
Right.
If you want to observe the sun, there's products for that. Explore can help you, and you can talk to a local astronomy club. There are specialized telescopes. There are safe ways to do it.
Yep.
But you cannot point a telescope like this at the sun.
What happens if you do?
Oh, you're instantly ruined. You're going to go
Right,
blind.
your eye.
You're going to go blind in
Yeah,
seconds.
yeah. It's not like, oh, wow, okay, that's bright. Okay.
No.
As soon as that happens,
you've
you are
already
going, okay,
given
now-
yourself a life-changing injury.
Exactly.
It's not going to heal.
Exactly.
And yeah,
When
just
we were working retail, I remember a guy that came in who had looked at the sun accidentally through binoculars.
oh Lord,
Okay.
both eyes at once.
And he had it, and he kind of moved slowly, and so this guy could not look at me directly.
He had
Parts
to
of
use
his eyes-
averted vision to see you.
Yeah, part of his eye still worked, but right down the middle,
The central retina was fried.
fried like a laser beam.
And I know where I worked, we sometimes cleaned and repaired telescopes, and a guy brought in a big 12-inch mirror to be cleaned.
Okay.
And we cleaned it, and one of my work pals took it outside to check it in the sun to see if it was clean, and somebody called his name, and he turned,
Oh, my
and he
God.
caught the flash from the 12-inch focusing mirror in the face.
Oh.
And he did recover, but he said he didn't see normally for about a week and a half.
Yeah.
Everything looked green.
So be careful.
Oh,
Be
please,
careful.
so
Do
careful.
not, if you have kids,
You need
supervision.
adult supervision. Absolutely.
Yes.
You know, you cannot, not for a minute, not for a second, never, ever, no.
Right. And so if you see the sun over here and you're looking at a bird over there, just be careful, real
right.
careful.
That's
you
right.
see the shadow getting short, okay, that means
Right.
you're too close to the sun.
You are.
Right? So anyhow, we just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, we want you to be safe and enjoy this for many years.
For many years, that's right. So anyhow, I've taken off the cap that's
And
on
we
the
have
back.
the Star Diagonal. This has a mirror in the bottom. And this,
You can set fires with that, can't you, Scott?
no, it doesn't focus like that.
Or your telescope, it gets
You could
enough
set a
heat.
fire in your eyeball, I guess.
Yeah, it doesn't come to a needle
point.
point like a magnifying lens.
But
it doesn't
we-
do that.
Scott burned holes in the
I did burn holes
glasses.
in some eclipse glasses when a guy asked me, can I use eclipse glasses to look through my telescope?
No.
Oh my God. No,
Oh my
no,
gosh.
No.
Oh my gosh.
No, no.
Oh yeah.
You need to school up before you get.
Was he appropriately impressed when you?
I made this video. This video that I did has been watched many times.
I'm sure.
But anyhow, so you can see one of the things I've done here. There's a little set screw.
Yes.
Okay. That you're just going to release. You're going to drop that guy in there.
Be
You're gonna-
careful you don't lose those screws, folks.
Right. Yeah. Or you'll be digging in the grass for a long time.
Yeah.
We do have something called a metal detector that can help you find screws, but it's just better not to lose them.
Don't want to do that.
Okay.
We have two lovely Bresser eyepieces here.
Yep. And these are one of them. Well, they're both Plossl eyepieces.
Right, which means they're 4-element. They're very wide angle, so much better than the stuff you and I used as kids.
That's right.
The
That's
Kellners and the Huygens and all
Yeah,
of
and
that.
those little tiny
The
eyepieces.
little tiny openings.
With maybe 1 or 2 lenses here.
Can
This
we
is a
can we
4-element.
see on camera here? I don't know if you can zoom in, but
You can see how big the
yeah,
glass
you can
is.
see how big the glass is.
So it's
You're
easier to
looking
center
through an
your eye.
aperture here that's almost the size of a quarter,
Yeah.
American quarter, and the bigger aperture is so easy, friends, for first-time astronomers and for children.
Yeah.
One of the things with an eyepiece with a smaller aperture is that people hunt around to get their eye in the right spot. This is so easy. It's like looking through a car window. It's great.
And this is your window in the universe.
It
that's
is.
For sure.
Now, the other eyepiece, this
Okay.
is a 9.7 millimeter.
Yep.
And higher power, you get a smaller opening to look through.
Yes.
And you're going to see a smaller, more restricted area of the sky.
the sky.
That's part of
That's
the
right.
trade-off with magnification, which means we always start out with our low power. We get our view centered on the moon or Saturn or whatever,
Yep.
and then we very carefully switch over to the higher magnification eyepiece. But we're going to just show you how these mount here.
Yep.
These are 1.25" American standard. They drop right in, and you don't have, it's not like a lug nut, guys.
Yeah.
You just snug it just a little bit
Yeah.
with your fingers, just a little tiny bit,
So it doesn't fall out. You can
just so
see
it doesn't slip out. And right now, Scott, is essentially ready to use.
It is, except we have a couple of more things we want to
Have a
add.
couple
we
more
want to
things.
add the Star App bracket. Okay.
The Star App bracket. This is what raises this telescope up so much over the little 60 millimeter classic
Right.
that Scott and I both had when we were kids.
Well, I didn't have a 60. I had a little 40.
You had a 40?
I had a 40.
I had a 60.
Yeah, you were.
My
so that's a
parents
lot more.
love me
so,
more.
So what he's done is he's put this over a couple of notches here.
Yes, it's just got a little notch mount. It just slides right in.
There's a place for like a watch-size battery in here, and that turns on a Bluetooth function on this. But on top of that, even if I didn't have my smartphone, let's say that my batteries died or whatever, you can still use...
You've got a little crosshair.
Yeah, you got a little crosshair, so you can still use this and look through the crosshair and get centered up on the moon or a planet or something, if you know the sky a little bit.
Yes.
But when amateur astronomers first get started, most of us don't know the sky, okay?
No.
We don't know the sky. We don't know the constellations very well. I think when I started, Daniel, I could point out the Big Dipper and the moon.
And that
Honestly, that was it.
That was
That
it?
was the limit. I couldn't even
And
help you find a planet.
I
okay?
I don't have a finder on my personal telescope.
Really?
Yeah. And my students are like, how do you point that?
How do
I'm
you
like,
do that,
you look
Daniel?"
along the barrel, and
Okay.
you know where you're looking, but yeah,
can do that.
I need to get a finder.
Hey, Scott.
Yeah.
Travel Diva 2 says hello
Hey, everybody.
on
Hey,
Amazon.
Travel Diva. Do you have a telescope? If you do, you're going to travel much further. And
Oh, yes.
you know, so a lot of people, when they're looking at telescopes, they're driving by or something, they see you on the side of the road with
Oh,
the
my gosh.
telescope. Hey, buddy, how powerful is that telescope? And they're thinking that you're going to throw a number out at them. But it's a lot more, it brings it much more home if you tell them what they can see.
Right.
And what have you seen through small telescopes?
Oh, rings of Saturn, moons of Jupiter, stripes on the planet Jupiter, especially like this year where Jupiter's at opposition. It's closer to the Earth, so it looks bigger, more detail. Mars is at opposition. A small telescope
Right.
like this, you can see polar caps and some albedo features, dark and light
Features,
areas
that's
on
right.
the surface.
That's right.
You can, on the moon, you can see not just craters, but central mountains inside of craters. You can see areas where there have been landslides. You can see rays of material that have been blasted explosively out of craters,
Right.
extending for hundreds of miles. You can see Maria, places where the lava has flooded out onto the lunar surface, and
Right.
if you catch it at the right phase, you can see the ripples in the plane as the lava flowed over surfaces and then froze in place.
Right.
Scott, you can see other galaxies with this.
So you've already talked about things that you can see. I mean, the
Oh,
moon's
yes.
a couple 100,000 miles
Oh.
away.
Jupiter is
Jupiter's
about
400 million miles away, and
Yes.
Saturn almost
a
nine-
billion. Yeah, it's almost
right,
a billion kilometers. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And so that's, I mean, and that's just stuff in our celestial backyard.
That's right. It takes hours for the light from Saturn to reach us.
Right. Amazing.
So,
Amazing.
crazy.
So I am going to grab, before my battery runs out of my phone, okay, but let me turn this off and turn it back on so you can see. I've got this set up, okay, so that all I have to do is plug it, and plugging it in just means raising this up. It's kind of spring-loaded. It then depresses a button that connects the Bluetooth to this, and now,
Yes.
let's see if I can get this going.
Awesome.
Right?
That's so cool.
Right. And I think that we have a little bit of video of people actually using that. So why don't we run that right now?
You want the audio or no audio?
No audio. Can we talk over the audio? Yeah. Using this, and so, and this is the National Geographic brand, which we've all come to know and love. I love National Geographic stuff, you know. But you can see that the whole setup there, completely assembled. It's got a beautiful carbon fiber-like wrap, okay, that goes over it. And you can see it assembled here with something we're going to show you a little bit later, which is a smartphone camera adapter. So this has an encyclopedia built into it, so you can see not only find the constellations in the sky, which is really something that is tough to do.
Yes.
And even as a guy that's been into it for a while, Daniel, I still don't know from sight every constellation that's up there. All right. So, but this can help you find it. So it also has audio in it. It will talk to you. Okay. So you could have if you want, and it will on in the sky, constellation-wise, but it also helps you find the planets. And so this, you know, this is like having Daniel Barth out there with you, helping you get
The next
started.
best thing.
That's right. So we're going to also show, after this, here we go, we're back. We're going to show how the camera adapter works. Now this is cool, okay?
This is the Explore Scientific camera adapter. And this is designed, folks, it has little suction cups here. It's designed to work without your cell phone case, so just be aware.
I just peeled my
Right.
my smartphone case off.
And it basically, this adapter mounts onto your eyepiece
Yeah.
so that the eyepiece is projecting right into your camera lens.
Right.
And we can mount this back here, Scott.
Yep.
There we go.
And this is good for getting bright stuff in the sky, like the moon and planets. Okay,
Correct.
so you're going to aim the scope up there. You're going to focus it just like you would normally. But now what you're going to do is you're going, unless you have two smartphones, and some of us have two smartphones.
I guess.
So, but we're going to go open up the camera. We're going to do this. And then you're going to center.
You want to, you want to look at the image on your smartphone, and you should basically see first, as you lower it down, you see the image of the eyepiece,
Yeah.
and you're centering it, and you're using the suction cups to put it in place there, and you're just pressing firmly
Yeah.
but gently.
Right. And then you focus it up. Okay.
Right, then you're going to adjust the focus. It's great to start with something bright like the moon,
Yeah.
or try it first during the day.
Oh, absolutely.
Look at a tree or a
Right.
telephone pole or a house or a building down the road. Get it basically focused. Position your camera on there. Adjust the focus. In other words, learn all the mechanics while you are working in the daylight. So much easier than trying to use it the first time at night.
Now you can take individual shots just by clicking away.
You can even take video.
Or video. And
Right.
a lot of guys use video
They
because
do.
there is software now. We don't have it, okay, but it's freely available. And you can take your video and then grab individual frames of things.
Line
okay?
them up and stack them.
And you would be surprised what you can get. You can get
astounding.
nebula, you can get galaxies and stuff, and you can blow your friends away with this. So, anyhow. This way. Well, we had a kid earlier showing everything that was on there. So, honestly, we have to stay inside this little studio box here to do all this, and I get carried away. Anyways, that comes free with the system here.
That's cool.
You're going to have two eyepieces. We talked about the 26.
Right.
Okay, and the
9.7.
and the 9.7. So you're going to get what, 30?
You're going to get about 30 power, and you get,
30 and change. Okay, which doesn't sound like very much magnification.
but it's quite a lot.
It's a lot, and this is actually these kinds of powers. This is what you go to find things with, and
Yes.
that's everything in the sky. Okay, it's also the preferred eyepiece. This 26 for deep sky objects.
Right, for nebula, like Orion's Nebula,
Yep.
Whirlpool Galaxy, Andromeda Galaxy. The double cluster is up right now, Scott. It's so
Yeah, it's
amazing.
stunning. It looks
in,
like
in
diamonds.
Cassiopeia.
2 handfuls of diamonds poured out on black velvet.
It's
beautiful.
awesome.
Yeah.
And for these targets, many of them are bigger than you think.
Yeah.
Andromeda Galaxy is 5 times bigger than the full moon. It's absolutely enormous. And a low power eyepiece like this lets you see more sky. When you look at the Andromeda or the Orion's Nebula, there's all sorts of nebulas and features in and around and below the belt.
Right.
This low power eyepiece helps you see all of it and or more of the sky. And when you switch over, we've got the 9.7, which gives you about 75 power.
Right.
And it doubles up to about 135 power. And then we have the Barlow. The Barlow, friends, multiplies double.
Doubles this.
We calculated these. I calculated these earlier. And the basic eyepiece, the 26, gives you 27 power. And the 9.7 gives you 72 power. The Barlow lets you double both of those. The 26
It's like having
becomes
4 eyepieces.
54, and the 72 becomes 134. And at 134 power,
That's a lot of power.
that's a lot of power.
Yeah. That's really good for observing planets, craters on the
Absolutely.
moon. But we're going to set some expectations here, okay? And maybe some disclaimers, okay? When I was a kid, there was a lot of misleading advertising going
Oh,
on
yeah, I know.
with
This telescope will do 900 power.
right,
Lie.
and they would show like a a guy and his son standing on one of the moons of Saturn or something,
Yes.
seeing the rings stretching across the horizon and stuff
No.
at incredible magnifications, and no one gets that.
No
okay?
one- no.
Spacecraft do. Okay?
Yeah, if you want to fly there, talk to NASA or
Yeah,
ESA,
yeah, sign up for NASA and
SpaceX.
That's right. They're all out there for you. But I will tell you that seeing the rings of Saturn, it'll appear small in the eyepiece, and a lot of people are first startled that it looks small. Okay, but then
It's a billion miles away.
it starts sinking in. They're seeing another world, and a lot of people, when they see Saturn through a telescope, don't believe it's real.
All the time.
They don't believe it's real.
That's not. You'll have a picture on the front.
Yeah,
I
where's,
can't
where's
tell
the
you how many.
slide? They run to the front of the telescope.
Oh, all the time.
Right.
All the time. I've also had people, literally burst into tears looking at the moon. It's so beautiful.
Right.
They can't.
Yeah,
it's
because they are
just
seeing
stunning.
another world. They suddenly realize that, there's kind of this humbling thing that happens.
Very much so.
People tell you, God,
Very much so.
I feel so small in all this vastness, and you
Yes.
you have a guy like Daniel there telling you, okay, you're looking this many millions of light years away or millions of miles away, and how big the rings of Saturn are, I mean, the rings of Saturn are so big that if you took the planet and put one edge of the rings
On
on
Earth?
Earth, the other one would actually touch the moon.
Yes.
Okay, it's that big.
It's that big. And I often like to tell people, oh, you're looking at Jupiter, you're seeing it the way it was 3 hours ago.
3 hours ago.
We're looking at the Orion Nebula. You're seeing it the way it was 3,500 years ago.
Right.
When Pharaoh was laying the first blocks for the pyramids.
Right.
1,500 years before Christ. And that light has been on its way all this time to bullseye your telescope and end up in your eye.
In your eye. So you're
And
taking
it's just
it's a
stunning.
time machine, right?
It's stunning.
It's a real time machine. So,
It is. You look out in space, you look back in time.
Right. So you're going to get all this stuff. You're going to get the 70 star app telescope with 2 eyepieces, a 2x Barlow lens. You're going to have also this
The finder scope.
the finder,
the finder
your
device.
crosshair finder with the Star app Bluetooth holder.
And you've got the photographic
And-
adapter.
Exactly. So
And this, friends, the nicest thing about this, if you're thinking about a present for a child for holiday time, this weighs just a few pounds.
right.
Any 8-year-old child can pick this up by themselves, take it out into the yard, set it down, and begin observing. The tripod, this is obviously sized for an adult. Scott and I are obviously big manly men, but you can lower it down so it's just the right size. What's that now? Slander? Slander in the studio? You can lower this down to size it right for any child.
That's true.
You can lower
Even
it.
children like us. Okay.
That's
so-
right. I'm a big kid. You can lower it down so you can use a camp stool and be very comfortable
Yep.
at the eyepiece. This is so nice. And as you remember, as you tilt it higher in the sky, the eyepiece goes lower. So
Yep.
you've got to remember that. And if you want to set
That's
it
where
up,
the little chair comes in place.
that's where the little chair comes in play.
And maybe even like a little table or something, like a camp table that you would
Little
have
camp
out with
table.
you. Because you're probably going to want to use something called a planisphere. Okay.
Allow me to bring that up.
Yep. And we have, this is a double-sided planisphere. And the way that these work, let me get the big one here.
Yeah, we'll get the big one and show
We
it.
got the giant one here. And
I love this.
I always show the planisphere because, gosh, it's just such a handy tool. So we're what, December 6th, right?
Correct.
So let's find December 6th.
December 6th is over here.
Is over there. And let's say we're out, what's your bedtime there?
8 p.m.
8 p.m. December 6th.
Set it for 8 p.m.
All right.
There we
so
go, right there.
There it is. And this window now shows you all the constellations that are up.
That's correct.
The actual real device that you buy has latitude lines that go from 0 latitude, like if you're at the equator. Okay.
This is much handier to keep.
Right.
keep
Or if
with
you're all
you.
the way up in Finland or something where
That's
it
right.
goes up to 60 degrees. We're at about 34 degrees.
34 degrees.
Latitude, which means that the North Star will appear about 34 degrees above the horizon.
Correct.
So, but this is how that works. This does show you some additional things, like here's the Andromeda Galaxy. There's the double cluster that that
We were
Daniel
talking
was
about
talking
earlier,
about.
yes.
We've got the Crab Nebula, really strange looking thing. It's from an exploded star from 1054 AD.
Yes.
The Chinese saw this.
1,000 years ago.
Right. And so, and then this kind of blue haze right here. It's not just blue haze.
Milky Way.
Milky Way. That's our galaxy.
Looking along here, you're going to see a river of stars.
Yep.
And it's just full of stars. It's amazing.
Right.
Stunning.
We've got this brown line, which is the ecliptic. This is how you find planets. And with that star app device, you're going to find out where Jupiter and Saturn and all the planets are.
Absolutely.
So that's a need. You need that, okay?
The other thing we're going to recommend, and I think Paul has an image for us here, the book Star Mentor.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, I've been...
Written by this guy.
Yeah, I've been teaching astronomy for more than 45 years, Scott. A long time.
Long time.
And I took...
You get tired of it?
No. I still
Never?
love it.
Come
Never.
on, 45 years?
No, I still love it. I love taking people out in the dark and setting their hearts afire for astronomy and wonder. And what I did is I took all my experience, decades in teaching astronomy, compiled it together, about 50 activities. Teaches you how the solar system works, how to steer and move your telescope, how to track objects, how to locate the constellations. Teaches you a little bit about what you're looking at and where to find nebulae, galaxies, planetary nebula, all the exciting features. Because when we get a new telescope, so often we look at the moon, there's Jupiter, there's Saturn. What do I do next?
Yeah, I
what
don't
do
know
I
how to
do
find
next?
anything else, right?
And parents who get telescope for a child for Christmas, and you're worried about, will my youngster or my big youngster for me,
Right.
will they get bored with it after a week or two? Star Mentor basically gives you information for a whole year's worth of observation, and it's available on Amazon and Springer.com and many fine booksellers. And basically, it's as much as I can give you. It's essentially like having a private astronomy tutor that you can take out, and it gives you step-by-step instructions. One of the best reviews I've had of this, it says, somebody wrote in and said, it's like having an old friend out by the telescope with you to kind of guide you and help you learn what to do next, which I was just so thrilled
That's
with
awesome. You can't,
So
you know.
there we go.
So that is, I think that wraps it up for today. Now, we're going to talk about, in our next program that we do, our next out-of-the-box assemble program, we'll be talking about an Explorer 1 model, even less money than this, okay? Doesn't have all the nice features that this one does have, but still, it can get you started for a lifetime of astronomy.
Indeed.
And until that time, Daniel, thank you very much.
Scott, pleasure
for
as always.
Yeah, it's kind of fun to be here to sell telescopes with you. So we never got to do that all those years ago.
Not together all those years ago,
Right,
no.
that's right. So anyways, you guys keep looking up, and we'll see you next time.
Enjoy the night.
Well, the deer are just starting to come out. Hi, I'm Rick White with Alpen Optics, and I want to talk to you a little bit about the new Alpen Teton binoculars. ED glass, multi-coated lenses, magnesium body, and Abbey Koenig prism. Now, people wonder, what's an Abbey Koenig prism? Well, it's a longer prism, and it's a V-shaped prism that allows 94% more light into a pair of binoculars. Waterproof, lifetime warranty, doesn't get much better than that. If you're looking for a great pair of binoculars, and I mean a great pair, check out the Alpen Teton binoculars. You'll be glad you did.
Thank you for watching our 24-hour-a-day live stream here at Explore Scientific, where we show you all the programs that we run live in front of a live audience. Programs like Global Star Party, On the Wing for birders, First Light Chronicles for beginners, and Focus on Astrophotography for astrophotographers. We bring in astronomers and explorers from around the world to answer your questions live. But there's so much cool information there that we decided to package it all together and run it 24 hours a day. We're also on Amazon Live, where we do deep dives into our products and our gear. There's so much important information as we share the education, the experience, answering questions from the audience, that kind of thing. So tune in, and thanks for watching.
National Geographic CF600 PM telescope lets you explore the intricate contours of lunar terrain or the brilliant clusters of Pleiades. Use the red dot finder to accurately line up this entry-level scope with the alt-azimuth mount and tripod to begin your journey into the world of amateur astronomy. The 90-degree diagonal mirror assembly makes viewing comfortable, and the built-in storage trays keep your two included eyepieces safe and secure. The easy-to-use telescope lets you see clearly with an aperture of 50mm with a 600mm focal length, and the unique carbon fiber styling of the CF600 PM gives this scope a modern, rugged edge. Use the included online astronomy software and star map with the National Geographic CF600 PM telescope to begin your journey to exploration of the stars.
Scientific radio weather station provides the precision of a radio-controlled clock and calendar merged with the weather station in an elegant frame that can be placed in any room of the house. The color display shows the weather forecast using 6 different icons, clearly displays the temperature and humidity both inside and outside, thanks to the supplied sensor, which can be placed up to 30 meters away from the main unit and still have connectivity. The Explore Scientific radio weather station also houses the digital barometer, which can help you predict the weather for the day to come.
Thank you for watching our 24-hour-a-day live stream here at Explore Scientific, where we show you all the programs that we run live in front of a live audience. Programs like Global Star Party, On the Wing for birders, First Light Chronicles for beginners, and Focus on Astrophotography for astrophotographers. We bring in astronomers and explorers from around the world to answer your questions live. But there's so much cool information there that we decided to package it all together and run it 24 hours a day. We're also on Amazon Live, where we do deep dives into our products and our gear. There's so much important information as we share the education, the experience, answering questions from the audience, that kind of thing. So tune in, and thanks for watching.
Martz here from Explore Scientific. Today I'm going to teach you how to polar align your telescope using a broom. Why do you need to polar align? Well, with a telescope that has an equatorial mount, you have to get that equatorial axis lined up with the rotation of the Earth. And to do that, we're going to start with the tripod. We're going to decide which one of these legs is going to point north, and we're going to set the tripod down so that leg is pointed north. First thing I'm going to do is use a level to make sure my tripod is level. So if it's tipped one side or the other, that's going to cause your polar alignment to not be accurate. So we're going to use a level for that purpose. Then we're going to take a compass, and just to make sure that I've got it pointed north, I'm going to use the compass, line up, and go, yep, that looks like it's pointed north. So here's what I'm going to do now. And this is where the broom comes in. The broom becomes a measurement device, if you will. So I'm going to put the broom on the ground with the tip of it right against the north leg of the tripod. And I'm going to back away, and I'm going to use the compass. I'm going to close one eye, and I'm going to use the compass to make sure that the broom is lined up with north, right? And so I can tell I'm off just a little bit, so I'm going to move the tripod just a little bit, and I'm going to turn the broom, and the broom is what I'm seeing that line with to line up. So closing one eye, Now my broom is lined up perfectly to magnetic north. Right here is we're going to talk about something called magnetic declination. The magnetic north is not true north. The difference between true north and magnetic north can be off by as much as 15 or 16 degrees if you live on the east coast or west coast of the United States. Around the world, it varies. And you have to figure out what that is for where you live. Because if you point at magnetic north, you're not going to be pointing at true north. You could be off by 15 degrees. Your go-to will never be accurate. So for this system to work, you have to know what that offset is and be able to program that into your compass. We're going to provide a link to a website and a video that talks about that a whole lot more. Now, we're going to make sure that the tripod is not angled wrong. I'm going to use a small tape measure, and we're simply going to come down here and be careful not to move the broom. And I'm going to measure the distance from the tripod leg to the center of the broom. That is 470 centimeters. That way, it is 470, a little, I'm going to call that good. Actually, I'm going to move the tripod a couple of millimeters, just like that. So now, we know that we're lined up true north with that leg, and these two legs are the equal distance from right here. So it's not pushed that way or that way. So now that we have the tripod with a good alignment to north, we have to put the head on the mount. And that's going to entail this. We're going to be very careful when we do this because we don't want to move the tripod. We're going to put it on and simply screw on the polar head just like this. Remembering everything's going to the north. Now if you're in the southern hemisphere, you're going to do the same thing. You can do the exact same in the southern hemisphere because it's not polar, it's polar alignment. We just don't use the star Polaris, which we're not using here. This is really good if you can't see Polaris, or if it's daytime and you want to do some solar viewing with a solar safe filter. So the last step of this process is to check the scale of your altitude, right? So we live at 36 degrees north, and I am going to turn the altitude until it gets to 36 degrees north. I'm going to stop, and that's it. With this system, using a broom, a compass, and a tape measure, you can achieve a good, decent starting polar alignment. Personally, I've used this, and I've got an amazingly close polar alignment. There's ways that you can use to refine your polar alignment, specifically drift alignment, but it all starts with a good polar alignment. You can do this in the daytime. You can do this in the nighttime if you can't see Polaris. It works all the time. It's a good way to get started learning the process of polar alignment. Isn't that great? I hope you've enjoyed this video. For Explore Scientific, I'm Kent Martz. Get out there and start doing astronomy. And keep looking up. everybody, Kent Martz here with Scott Roberts.
Hey guys.
We're Explore Scientific, and he's Santa Roberts.
Santa Roberts, I was, but, well, the holidays are now coming to a close, so. And
but we still have lots of toys.
we have
left
lots of toys
in the warehouse at the North Pole.
Actually, after Christmas, historically, okay, and I don't know why this is, but historically, I've been in the business a long time, January is the time where a lot of people get their astronomy gear, okay?
Christmas money, early taxes,
Something, I don't know what it is,
Yeah.
okay? I don't know what it is, but January definitely is a good time to get into some of the last deals that might be available for telescopes and that kind of thing. So today we're going to talk about Explore Scientific's legendary ED80 Airspace Triplet Apo telescope. And we have one here set up on a photo tripod. We're going to show how versatile this telescope is, okay, for both land observations and for astronomy, astrophotography too. So why don't we go to, first off, let's look at some shots that have been done with the ED80 Apo. And we have photography of birds done by Sheldon Faworski. And oh, you got the space one. Okay, well, this is cool. And astronomical objects like this are really, really amazing to look at and really show how a telescope can perform. Now, this was imaged. This is a 3.5-hour exposure, combined exposure, by a guy named Driving Cat. Okay, I don't know his real name, but a phenomenal image of M31, the Andromeda Galaxy, actually shot with the ED80. You'll see this online, and it's very, very cool. So,
Which folder is the ED80 in the thumb drive?
They're all ED80s, Paul.
There's a bunch.
yeah, there's a lot of bird photography, all shot.
Just open one.
Yeah.
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 So let's talk about, this is set up, Scott,
Yeah.
for land viewing. This makes a great spotting scope.
Right,
Right?
it does. It does. And it's set up right now, we've got it set up on a photo tripod, so this actually has a special foot on it, a dovetail foot, that will fit into our equatorial mount, which you're
Right,
going to demonstrate. It'll fit into our alt-azimuth astronomical mount. It will fit on a camera tripod, both for American size tripod heads.
1/4 to 20.
It's a 1/4 threaded
European
size.
is like 3/8/16 to
Yeah, I don't
10
know.
or something.
Right, but it
weird.
takes either one.
Right,
So if you're
right.
from Europe or you got a European tripod or whatever, but this is just a phenomenal telescope. 80 millimeters of aperture. Okay, I took out a lens cell so you could actually see the lenses themselves. And it's a very high resolution.
3 pieces of glass.
Yeah, that's right.
So
ED glass sandwiched
Right.
between 2 other pieces of optical crown.
And so that third piece of glass, Scott, what does that do for you at the eyepiece or with the camera?
Well,
Has a big effect.
So when refractors were first made, okay, they were single lenses, okay?
1 piece of glass.
1 piece of glass, and to make a lens, what you do is you taper the edges, you leave the center wide, and it comes down to a taper again. And this is how magnifying glasses work, okay? But you can take a magnifying glass and hold it in front of a piece of paper and aim it like out at a window or something and actually see the image focusing.
Right,
And that
right.
distance from the lens to wherever it's coming to a focus, I don't know if we can show that here.
Probably it'd be
Actually,
difficult.
I can see it, but
It'll be 480 millimeters is what
right,
it'll be.
that's exactly right. So
that third piece of glass also keeps the light, it eliminates what's called chromatic aberration.
that's right, and this was the thing that really bothered most astronomers in the early times. Okay, as the glass comes up to a taper at the edges, you have basically a prism, and so light's going to come through. It's going to separate into colors of light. Okay, I think they're beautiful rainbows. A lot of astronomers hate it, though. Okay,
And I can see why. You want to see the real color, not a red or a blue fringe
Right.
around it. So
a very clever guy named Isaac Newton figured out that, hey, you are splitting up these different colors of light, and that all these different colors come together to make white light, okay? And he proved that through some experiments. So he started working on reflector telescopes, and we'll talk about that another time. But the refractor, and this is a refracting telescope, the thing that's so great about it is that the entire lens surface, there's no secondary mirror diverting light off, okay? It's imaging with its entire surface, okay? And so you get surprisingly faint and deep with a refractor, okay, because it's so efficient, it's gathering light over its entire surface. It's also resolving fine details over its entire surface. But if you could fix that chromatic aberration, okay, then you've got a better image. And so the first thing that they did is put a second lens in there.
A different kind of glass.
Different kind of glass. So they have optical crown and flint glass, okay? And so they would use these two different pieces of glass to make the edges just as wide as the center. And so the back lens was kind of concave. The first lens is double convex, okay?
A lot of complicated math here, trying to get that prism effect back to white light.
Trying to get it. But you could only, with two lenses, you can only get two colors of light. You still got to let the third color go, okay?
Right.
And so by adding a third lens on here, okay, and you could add a fourth or fifth lens if you wanted to, but a third lens takes it a long ways to getting all three colors to focus at the same time. And when you do that, that is called apochromatic.
So extra piece of glass, extra math, extra grinding, adds a little bit more expense.
And it's an exotic piece of glass.
Yeah, it's
an extra low. It's not fluorite, but it is a special glass called extra low dispersion glass, and that's where ED comes from.
And the effect of it is, it doesn't absolutely get rid of chromatic aberration. What it does is it minimizes it so much it's really not noticeable.
That's right. That's right.
And if you add a fourth piece of glass or a fifth piece of glass, much more money, much more expense.
Yeah, right.
Real exotic stuff.
Yeah, this stuff, these kinds of optics are expensive, okay? But you get incredible performance with three, okay? Can you get a little bit better? Yeah, but you start doubling and tripling the cost of the telescope. And
cost for return to benefit ratio.
It really diminishes, okay? But anyhow, so with an ED80 telescope like this, we've outfitted it. This is... We're gonna open one out of the box so you can see how, you know, when you get one, how it's all going to go together. But there's really no assembly. The telescope already has its focuser attached to it. We just so we could show it.
We'll hold this just in case something goes something goes crazy.
So we could show. We showed the Explore Scientific reflex sight, okay, which is a great finder to use on this. Okay, it is sold without a finder. All right.
It also has a finder foot up here that has either uses the Explorer, sort of like an upside down T Explorer, and Meade have the same foot on their proprietary finders, or the Mini Vixen style that we just had on there. This one uses either one. So if you happen to have a finder scope already, almost guaranteed it's going to fit on
one
here.
of the two styles is going to work.
Right, exactly.
So that's good. If we spin this around, you're going to see that the focuser is 2-speed, okay, so you got a coarse focus, and then you got a real fine focus.
It's a 10-to-1.
Right.
So for every 10 turns of the small wheel, the big one turns 1 time. So you get really precise focus. And you can get down to micron accurate focus.
That's
you can
right.
work
Which
it back
is
and forth.
Actually necessary to get beautiful astrophotographs, okay, and birding photography as well. So I'm just going to take this down. The point of this was to show you that it could fit on a photo tripod if you have one. But let's go ahead and, we got one in the box.
And we're going to show you how to hook this up on a go-to tripod and use it visually, or we're going to show you how to hook camera up as well.
Right.
So I'm going to do a little bit of getting stuff off camera here now.
So while you open the box, I'll talk a little bit more about the optics. This is a 480 millimeter lens, so if you're a photographer, this is your first telescope lens. Think of it as like a 480 millimeter f6 telephoto lens, okay, with ED Apo optics on it.
Don't want to cut you here.
Right. It is It's rated to have a limiting magnitude of 12. Okay, so think of seeing the brightest star in the sky, which would be the star Sirius, being like magnitude 0. Each 100 times fainter of a star takes you to the next magnitude. With the naked eye, under really dark skies, you can see down to about 6. Some people can see 7th magnitude.
No, that's really dark skies.
This is super dark.
Right.
Okay, this is like seeing the Milky Way like a storm cloud overhead. Okay, but this will take you down to magnitude 12. Okay, and in astrophotography, if you keep imaging, you can blow way past magnitude 12. Right.
So the telescope comes in a really robust shipper box, very stout cardboard, and inside is another box made out of the same kind of cardboard. These are shipped very robustly.
That's cool.
Yep, comes with.
So we have a little sleeve to protect your telescope.
And let's chunk that over there. And so it comes packed in the box with some foam. It comes wrapped up, as you can see, in this bag. Now, a lot of people miss this. Here's a piece of foam, and they miss the fact there's a couple of things hidden right there.
Extension tubes, and you're going to need these.
And they'll call and say, I don't have any extension tubes. Yes, you do. Look and they'll come back and go, oh, yeah, I did. Or they'll say, really? I've already thrown that away. Don't throw that away.
Don't throw anything away.
always keep your telescope boxes, because if you ever have to utilize our free collimation service, you're going to have to buy a box and padding from us to send it back.
Or if you want to ship this thing to your friend or on your vacation.
You can ship it to Hawaii, heading to the hotel, whatever,
exactly.
right?
Yeah, you can see how small the box is.
So keep your telescope boxes. I understand wanting to throw a lot of boxes away, but this is a box you really need to keep. So we'll pull this out of here. And you want to grab that telescope there while I get this off?
There's a registration card in there too.
Yep.
So you're going to want to register the telescope so that you get your warranty and all the rest of it from Explore Scientific.
So every telescope you get, Essential Series on up, is going to look like the box has been opened. It's going to have extra tape on it. That's because it has been opened, because our quality control department opens every Essential Series, FCD 100 telescopes, our Dobsonian telescopes, not the first light. We open them up, we clean them, we check the focuser, make sure it's working, we collimate it, we clean the glass, and then we put it back in this plastic bag.
That's right.
Now, dust is everywhere. We can't
Dust?
get them. Dust is everywhere. As soon as we start putting it back in and it slides on this plastic bag, it charges up with a static charge, and dust is going to suck up on that glass. So there's always going to be some dust when you get a telescope.
That's right.
It's just going to happen. We're not NASA.
Even if you were NASA, eventually dust is going to hit it. I was reading about meteoric dust, okay, that falls from the sky, and every year the Earth gains so many more tons of material out there from outer space, okay?
Right.
And I would bet a certain percentage of the dust that actually is on your telescope could be meteoric.
So, one of these days we're going to go up on the roof, Scott, when it's nice.
Yeah.
And use a super magnet, use a rare earth magnet.
Sure.
And we're going to go mine meteorite dust, iron meteorite dust off the roof of this building. We'll do that live
We'll
on
have to
TV.
shoot a full video
we'll do it live
of us
on
doing
TV.
that.
So I've unwrapped it here, and you can see it comes wrapped in some nice tissue paper. And interestingly, we have some telescopes that are carbon fiber, right? And so I've had people call and go, I didn't get a carbon fiber telescope, I ordered one. So, yeah, you got one. And what's it say on the box? And they'll say, no, it's a white telescope. And what they can see is that white paper I just took off. And they've opened the box, and they see the white tissue paper, and it's so nicely wrapped. They think it's a white telescope.
Done.
Yeah,
Well,
that's done.
you could leave the tissue on, I guess.
You could, but why really would you do that? So this has 480 millimeters of focal length, which means from the front element to where it comes into focus back here is 480 millimeters. Now, my dad bought one of these before I worked at Explore Scientific, and he called me and he said, I can't get this to come to focus. And I went down and I was looking at it, and I was going,
Now, by the way, we didn't have the box opening. There's really nothing to assemble.
This is it. This is the only thing to assemble. It comes with these extension tubes, because otherwise these extension tubes would make it have a longer box, harder to pack. For visual, you're going to have to use one of these, and it's very simple. This simply unscrews, which is called the tension collar. It's what holds the eyepieces or the diagonal in, and then your extension tube simply screws on just like that. And now
people have asked me.
Oh, we didn't get the diagonal out. I just realized that.
Yeah, Scott, why do you use extension tubes? Why didn't you just have like a really long draw tube to go back and forth in the focuser? And the reason for that is that there are times where you have to go depending on what kind of camera or eyepiece, Barlow combination, whatever, you may have to go way in. And if you have a long tube, that is going to go inside this tube, and it's going to block off some of the light coming from...
It's going to become a field stop. It's actually going to make the working diameter of the telescope.
Yeah, you won't have an 80
smaller.
millimeter anymore if you have this really long focuser draw tube. So we created a system where you just add extension tubes, and then you can get it out there.
Also in the other end of the piece of plastic is your diagonal, which also goes through our quality control department. Each one of these comes checked out and collimated. So we have a machine, we look in, and we make sure that the mirror that's down in there is flat.
Is really at 90
is
degrees.
really at the proper angle so it comes through. So this simply comes out, loosen the thumb screws, take out the end piece. And I'm going to stop here and say, on the end of that has a sign that says, don't look at the sun.
Do not look at the sun.
We can't stress that enough. If you use this telescope and you look at the sun with it, even significantly out of focus, you're going to damage your vision.
Right.
We sell...
That same warning is on the lens cap here, too.
We sell filters that... Is there one back there somewhere, he's saying?
A solar filter?
I don't see it.
We don't see it, but take our word for it. There is a
We've
solar
rearranged
filter.
a little bit, and things have sort of not where we normally have them. So I'm going to loosen this up enough, and it's going to slide in there just like that, and now I'm going to tighten these back down. And I'm going to tighten them all until I sort of feel pressure to help keep what's called the diagonal centered up in the draw tube. And I had to unloosen them a whole lot to get it in there, but once it's in there, you want to clamp that down. Now, the diagonal will not come out, and you just tighten this up so it won't unscrew. What's the second one for? The second one is for astrophotography. If you're going to be doing astrophotography, there's a whole lot of math. This diagonal takes up a lot of room, so you have to put on another extension tube, and then we're going to show you how to hook a camera up to this here in a few minutes.
That's right.
But there we go. So that's how we set
and another
the telescope. Oh, nice keeper
great
bag.
accessory for the ED80 telescope is something called a field flattener. Your eye, unlike a camera sensor, camera sensor's flat, your eye is curved. So telescopes, astronomical telescopes, unless they are designed only for astrophotography, are typically designed to have a slightly curved field, and this is totally normal. But astrophotographers want perfect focus to the edge as they do to the center. So and an accessory doesn't come with it.
We
but
can sort
an
of
accessory
demonstrate.
is a field flattener.
I like to demonstrate what's happening. If you look here at the table, assume the table is your flat sensor on your camera, right?
Right.
Well, the light's coming out of the curved backside of the telescope just like this, and it's going through the air. So if there was paint spots on here, when it hits the table, the ones in the middle are just going to press down. But as the paper curls and rolls down, those spots of paint are going to smear out, right? And it's going to make...
They simply won't be in focus.
And they'll be smeared and not in focus.
Yeah.
The field flattener fixes that, so when it hits the right point, and it comes down and the light lands on the shutter, or the sensor, it's
Now this is for
flat.
astrophotographers only,
Right.
Visually, you're going to see a beautiful view from center to edge.
Because your eye is curved.
It's curved.
Your eye is a miraculous tool that fixes that for you. So here is the field flattener focal reducer. Comes in a sealed bag with some dissecant in it. And I'm going to...
Is this a reducer or is this a zero power?
This is the field flattener, not a focal reducer. That's a focal reducer?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not a focal
That
reducer.
rolled right off his tongue. We have ones that are also focal reducers, But this is such a fast telescope. When I say fast, it's f6, wide field, okay?
Right.
So it is going to probably be as wide field as you need it to be.
So I will say that when people want to start in astrophotography or just in astronomy in general, they crave magnification.
Right.
They want a really big telescope that's really big around and really heavy. And yes, it's going to magnify the things you're wanting to see and take pictures of. It's also going to magnify every problem and mistake you make. And I really want people to find success quickly. And how do you do that? With something like an ED80, right?
That's right.
It's small, it's forgiving.
The shorter focal length, you can make mistakes and they really don't show up.
So let's go ahead and put this field flattener on here, get this set up for astrophotography. And I'm going to need that other extension tube. That
I'll take off the lens caps here.
So, not to have dead air, you just got to take this thing off, loosen them until it comes off. And people worry about this coming off. You've seen just now how much I've turned these.
Come off easily.
They don't
That's right.
just come off. So, once again, we're going to remove the tension collar. And I'm going to hang on to the field flattener. And I'm just going to spin this off. It's lefty-loosey, righty-tighty, standard thread. Excuse me. And screw this on. Put the tension collar back on. And of course, we want to make sure these are tight. We don't want to go super gorilla on them because you're going to mash the threads.
Yeah, the tighter you go, you can actually cross-thread it.
We've actually had people that have sent them in that were so tight,
Yeah.
they couldn't get them apart.
Yeah,
and we had to use strap wrenches. And I think there was one or two sets we could not get them apart. So you want them tight, but you don't want to over-tighten them. So now, scoot this over a little bit.
Yep.
And here it is. It's got a barrel just like the diagonal did, right? Just like an eyepiece does. Simply goes in there. And when I feel a little pressure on the tension collar, because I want to try and keep that centered up in that tube, right? And I just sort of keep tightening them down until I get it tight. And how do I know it's tight? It won't move anymore, right? No more wiggle.
That's right.
Good and tight, no more wiggle. Now then, let's turn this up on this end so it's a little bit easier to see. That's a threaded ring right there.
Yep.
Okay? You want to hold, I just fear of that falling over. So we have a camera.
Whoa. Okay, no.
And look, you can get started. If you have a digital camera right now, you can get started. You don't have to buy a new camera. You just have to buy a field flattener and a way to connect the camera to the field flattener. So what am I going to do? This thing right here is just like the back side of a lens, where you hook a lens onto your camera. This right here, you can see it looks like the back of a Canon ring. So this has that thread on it, which is called T-thread, T2 thread.
Yeah.
I'm going to screw it on, just like that. Get it good and tight. Take my camera and get hold of it. Scott, I see the red dot. I'm going to match up the red dots and turn it.
Clicked right on.
And now the camera is attached, and this is a camera lens.
Right.
This is a camera lens.
That's right.
Nothing else
and
but a
that
camera
shot of the Andromeda Galaxy wasn't done with a Canon, but a Nikon. But it doesn't matter, because that Canon camera could have made that shot too.
Or you can buy one of these for a Nikon. You can buy them for any branded camera.
Right.
You can find a T-ring that matches your camera.
Right.
And so, tube for me.
Sure.
So, nope, it's not loosened up. Okay, so this little screw right here, we can loosen it, and there's a channel in there that allows us to turn the focuser, but there's also
set screws
right here. There's 3 of them that are on right now. They're tightened down so this won't turn. If you want to be able to rotate this, you loosen those 3 set screws just a little bit. And when you can move it, you stop. You can rotate it, tighten down this thumb screw, and now you've managed to frame up your camera how you want it to take.
That's right.
And this is how you would do it, whether you're taking pictures of birds or deer or anything else. You can rotate that camera to frame it up.
Sure. Or a galaxy or a nebula or something. So.
Absolutely. So it's now set up to go on.
So you want to put it
tripod.
on?
Let's do that.
We have a couple of different mounts here. We just kind of wanted to show.
I'm going to move the table just a little bit.
How versatile the scope is.
Scott, I'm glad I'm back on. We haven't done a lot of broadcasting while we got so busy we had to stop. This is really enjoyable.
Yeah,
it's a nice break from the craziness run up to Christmas.
Right.
So here we go. I'm going to hold on to this, Scott, and let you
Okay.
tighten it down.
All right. So we just
Got it?
this dovetail will just fit right in this channel. Okay.
And we're going to get it. There we go.
You just kind of put it at the balance point, lock it down,
And there we go.
and there you're done.
And now-
this lens hood, you would take out the
Take the lens cap off.
and this is a metal lens cap, by the way. Plastic lens caps are a problem for people that have electronic cameras, okay? Because
Outgassing and...
no, it's infrared light from the star will pass right through
that's
plastic.
right. Yes.
Pass right through plastic, and you can't get dark fields,
Right.
okay? Which is something that a lot of astrophotographers.
This is a little bit about astrophotography. Astrophotography is not just taking a picture of the pretty hillside that you see in
Right.
front of you. It's about long exposures, and then it's about taking those exposures and stacking them up. And then there's things called flat fields and dark fields and bias frames where you take pictures of the inside of your cap. So you're actually taking a picture of the
Yeah, and
lines
you're
that you're-
removing noise out of
Right.
the image and
You take a white sheet and put over it with,
Dust
with
bunnies
even light.
and-
You're getting rid of dust bunnies and things like that. So let's turn this sideways here. And there we go. This is now set up. And this is you can tell the weight's so far back here. This mount is going to move a little bit. There's a nut right in there. You can simply tighten down and make it so it won't
yeah,
move.
or you could slide this a little bit further forward.
Or
which we can do.
Yeah, there's ways, all sorts of ways. You don't want to get too far forward, but
Yeah,
there you
I think
go.
you're going to have to let go.
There we go. There we go. There we go. So then we're balanced.
Right.
So now you simply looked in the camera, excuse me, and you can focus on whatever your subject is. Like some of these birds we're getting ready to see pictures of, right? Mm-hmm. So literally taken with an ED80 and a field flattener and a camera. Here's some pictures of birds. That looks like a Baltimore Oriole right there.
Yeah, let's talk a
Fantastic
little,
picture.
also a little bit about how Sheldon captures such sharp images. It starts with the optics, okay? But Sheldon also, he does zone focusing, where he is focused at a point where he knows birds are going to go, okay? This is
He studies where they like to land,
Right.
and then points his camera there, right?
That's right.
There's branches he'll take and cut off limbs to create little branches to create a perch for them.
Okay.
And so his preparation for this picture starts long before he goes click and takes the picture. He plans where the birds are going to be, focuses on that stick, and when the bird lands there, he's not swinging around going click, 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 click. He's going click, click, click right there. He waits for the birds.
And
He
even in those
frames them.
photographs, you can see the structure of the feather, you can see the variation in the colors. You don't see any chromatic aberration, okay? You're not seeing like a glow of blue or yellow or green around these birds.
the experience, answering questions from the audience, that kind of thing. So tune in, and thanks for watching.
Are you having a hard time trying to figure out? Don't worry, guys. Tyler here with Explorer Scientific is going to help you figuring out what you're wanting to do, either astrophotography or visual. I always tell customers that telescopes it's kind of like golfing, it's carpentry, it's a hobby that you have to learn specific tools in what they do, because these are tools. I consider them as tools, and they have a specific purpose in what you're wanting to do, either visually or astrophotography. First, we're going to talk about this little beauty, the Maksudov Cassegrain. Great for planets, so if you are wanting nothing but planets, this bad boy is the way to go. If you're wanting some deep sky objects and some planetary, the reflector right here from Explorer First Light is also the way to go. But if you just want deep sky objects, if you want wide field of view, a refractor is the way to go. These are just a couple of basics here at the Explorer First Light series. The Maksudov Cassegrain, the Newtonian, and the refractor. All of these scopes come with a red dot finder, a smartphone adapter to get you started in astrophotography, as well as an eyepiece, and whichever mount that you want to choose with the combination of telescope you want. If you need help out there on Amazon, don't be afraid to reach out through the live chat. We'll make sure that we get back with you as soon as we can here at Explorer Scientific.
With the National Geographic StarApp 114 telescope, you will find a perfect portal into the realm of deep sky observation. This Newtonian reflector produces great views of planets and bright deep sky objects like star clusters and nebulae. It comes with a special mount that allows you to attach your smartphone to the telescope and use the AR Telescope app to locate and learn about constellations and planets. As you move the telescope across the sky, you will hear facts about the planets, constellations, and other objects in the app's database as they come into view. With the National Geographic StarApp 114, you also get 2 eyepieces and a 2x Barlow lens for multiple magnification options. Exploring the stars is easier with the National Geographic StarApp 114 reflector telescope.
Thank you for watching our 24-hour-a-day live stream here at Explorer Scientific, where we show you all the programs that we run live in front of a live audience. Programs like Global Star Party, On the Wing for birders, First Light Chronicles for beginners, and Focus on Astrophotography for astrophotographers. We bring in astronomers and explorers from around the world to answer your questions live. But there's so much cool information there that we decided to package it all together and run it 24 hours a day. We're also on Amazon Live, where we do deep dives into our products and our gear. There's so much important information as we share the education, the experience, answering questions from the audience, that kind of thing. So tune in, and thanks for watching.
Hey everybody, Kent Martz here at Explore Scientific. Welcome to Thursday, when we're going to do the show On the Wing. It is a birding show. Thanks for joining us here on Amazon Live on this great Thursday afternoon. I got up this morning, temperature was a beautiful 63 degrees. I know it's going to get hot again, but by golly, the fall months are approaching, and that's a great time to get out and do bird watching. Why? Because the fall migration is on. And, you know, if you've been doing birding, during the summer, you have birds that are resident there all summer long. But now what's happening is all the birds to the north are starting to migrate back to the south in the northern hemisphere. Because of that, birds that you might not have seen a few weeks